Tonight on the Black Channel, just an updating reminder that you are not in the United States of America and never were. You are in the United States of white supremacy. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from all around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting super fortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media. This is the Black Channel. I'm the Black Authority. You are listening live to the only historically black college and university of higher education and learning in the entire cosmos. You better join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program here, this is actually a program I've been waiting a few days to do here. And as always, we are on top of these events. There are certain things I comment on. There are certain things I do not comment on because it is not necessary to do so here. We talked about this years ago in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we have to remind people about why these things matter and why it's made a difference. Because there were those who were actually carrying the banner on this and were actually carrying it, and then there were those who were not, which is basically where you always find yourself. I just want to remind you here very briefly, it was not the civil rights generation that was carrying this. They never have been. In this case here, it skips right over them. You go from basically the World War I generation, and then you have Generation X carrying the banner. I want to play for you a story here. Please try to hold on to your lunches here and try not to heave it up too much if you can here. Joyless Reed on MSNBC here. She had done a story about this when the original verdict had come out. We're going to get you all updated here tonight because for some of you, we need to get your files updated. But this is the story from Joy Reid. By the way, fair use. Joy, fair use, by the way. Don't worry, we'll take you to the woodshed a little bit later.
What does justice look like to you?
Well, everything is beautiful and rebuilt and restored. And, we just think it's just time now that we have justice on all of that, where we can live all our life, that type of life over again as a grown-up.
These are centenarians. They've had to live for over a century. Think about that for a few moments. I want to remind you that this is what a race war looks like. You are not dealing with people who are targeting centenarians. You are dealing with beasts. You are dealing with animals. They are subhuman. You're not dealing with people. You are not dealing with civilized man. You are dealing with vicious barbarians. But you are not dealing with people. Understand that.
Live all our life, that type of life over again as a grown-up.
For 109-year-old Viola Fletcher and the two other known survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, the wait for that justice will drag on. That's because an Oklahoma judge threw out their years-long legal efforts seeking reparations and rebuilding to address the historical damage done 102 years ago by the race massacre that destroyed Black Wall Street. Judge Caroline Wall sided with the state and city of Tulsa, who argued, in part, that being connected to a historical event doesn't give a person unlimited rights to seek compensation. And joining me now is Demario Solomon Simmons, civil rights attorney and founder of Justice for Greenwood. Demario, it is great to see you. I have to say, the argument that people have normally made against reparations is, well, the victims of enslavement or some other wrong are long dead. We can't compensate people who are alive because the victims are dead. But now you have a case where the victims are alive. There are 3 people who are alive, And they're still saying, well, you still can't have reparations. Make that make sense, because
it's white supremacy. And it makes sense because we're white. And we say so. So it's whatever we say it is, whenever we say it is. That's the point that folks here have to overcome the psychological hurdle of. The only thing that I have attempted to do here in the last 2 decades is force them to tell the truth and force them to take the sheets off, if you will, and force them to just come out right with it and to say, look here, you niggas is our slaves, and this is what it's going to be. No pretending that there's integration. No pretending that they're that they're not white supremacists. No pretending that, oh, you just haven't dotted enough I's and crossed enough T's. You just haven't filled out enough paperwork. Oh, if only you could have qualified for this over here. I've wanted them to come out and admit it for what it is so that they will finally be forced to confess and finally concede, yeah, we're in a race war with you niggas. We're in a race war with you. We came after your kids, your children, and in the words of Malcolm X, the same white supremacist then is the exact same one you are up against now. They have not changed. Not in 1 year, not in 10 years, not in 5 decades, not in 10 decades, not in 1 century, not in 2 centuries, not in 5 centuries. They have not changed. And I don't mean as individuals. I mean as a group, as a nation, as a government. They haven't changed. Why do we march about reparations and we say that the situation, we are in the same situation now? This is why. When you finally put their backs to the wall and it's time for them to show you, by the way, this is not the same place anymore. Yeah, it's the same place. You are the same people. This is the same government. It is the same place, the same people, the same government, the same system, the same everything. And before tonight's program is over here, and I'm going to move a little bit quickly here in a moment, but I'm going to show you all to get you up to date on exactly what the situation is. Because I want you to get all the facts here, and you will have them before I'm done.
The argument that people have normally made against reparations is, well, the victims of enslavement or some other wrong are long dead. We can't compensate people who are alive because the victims are dead. But now you have a case where the victims are alive. There are 3 people who are alive, and they're still saying, well, you still can't have reparations. Make that make sense, because it seems like a heads you lose, tails I win.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a moving of the goalpost when it comes to Black people and our racial justice claims. And you're right, Joy. 109 years old. Mother Fletcher was 7 years old at the time. Mother Randall, 108, she was 6 years old at the time. They saw, they felt, they heard, and they witnessed and experienced the race massacre. They're still here. And that's the thing that this case is so important nationally, because we have the photos, we have the video, we have the hundreds of insurance claims. We have living people who are saying this happened to me, and no one is disputing that this happened to them. Yet the city of Tulsa, the county, the chamber, and the state are saying, we don't care that this happened to you. We're not going to do anything for you, your families, or the community.
Let me play what you said last time that you were here on the show about the defendants in this case.
We know that the defendants, their strategy was to have these beautiful individuals, they want them to die, point blank. They was hoping that during this delay that they wouldn't be here any further longer. But they both told me they're going to be here for the long haul.
Now, that is the truth. There it is right there. That is your race war. That we are here, we murdered your fathers, we murdered your grandfathers, we murdered your mothers, we murdered your grandmothers, and now we're going to see if we can just kill you by attrition. Can't really step in and bump you off the way we want to. That'd be too blatant. Too many folk are looking at you. So we'll see if we can just kill you through old age. And then, oh, well, what do you know? Sucks to be you. Well, there's nobody to pay anymore. Oh, well. We stonewalled you and held you off here and denied you. And, oh, well, what do you know? Well, there's no case you can bring anymore now because you're not a principal to it. So, oh, well, there you go. White supremacy is a monster and a beast. White supremacy is an animal. White supremacy is a monster. I want you to understand what you're dealing with here, because that's how serious they are. Yeah, we want to wipe you all out by death.
The state are saying, we don't care that this happened to you. We're not going to do anything for you, your families, or the community.
Let me play what you said last time that you were here on the show about the defendants in this case.
We know that the defendants, their strategy was to have these beautiful individuals, they want them to die, point blank. They was hoping that during this delay that they wouldn't be here any further longer. But they both told me they're going to be here for the long haul.
And I mean, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they want to go back to the original argument saying there are no living victims.
Absolutely. And that's why Justice for Greenwood, our organization that's fighting on behalf of these survivors and descendants, that's why we've had a holistic plan, because we know that the city and the state, they just want these people to be dead so then they can continue to utilize the massacre to raise more money for themselves. Joy, as you know, the city used the massacre.
Now listen to this part right here. Listen to what he says next.
Just want these people to be dead so then they can continue to utilize the massacre to raise more money for themselves. Joy, as you know, the city used the massacre and everything to raise over $30 million for their own benefit to create a tourism attraction. Yet they don't want to give one penny, one dime to any of the survivors or the descendants.
Did you hear that? The city has used the people that they murdered in order to raise $30 million to make a tourist attraction monument. They've used the murder to make money and are denying the claims of the people that they killed. These are monsters. I need you to understand that, so when somebody sits up here and starts talking to you about ain't no racism, ain't no white supremacy, what you mean racism and white supremacy? Ain't none of that right there. I want you to take a look at what kind of people do things like this. Who does this? Who operates this way? Who steps on dead bodies and sells carnival tickets? When we talk about how they made purses, they skinned black people and made purses out of them. They're not done doing that. The pathology is alive and well. I want you to get that through to everyone here listening live or recorded. The pathology is alive and well. They are the same monsters today that they have always been. No, I'm not overstating it. No, I'm not exaggerating it. No, it's not hyperbole. Yes, they are animals and beasts of the field. They are not even remotely human. And they are in a race war against civilized man, which is the entire point of trying to deny our rights, because it is we, the civilized, against them, the bestial and uncivilized.
And that's why this decision to dismiss us is so hurtful. It is so unbelievable because, as you know, Joy, last year the same judge said we can move forward. But it's not over. We're going to appeal this case to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. We know that's a conservative venue, but the law is so clear here. If they would just do the rule of law, and again, we know how that is when it comes to black people, but if they just follow the law, we will actually be successful to get back into court. In the meanwhile, we're calling on the federal government, President Joe Biden, our dear sister Kristen Clark at the Department of Justice.
What? I'm going to let him finish his sentence here, folks. But by the way, we're calling on the federal government. Okay. Joe Biden. Wait a minute. Our dear sister Kristen Cunified Clark, who has never given you any reason whatsoever to have any faith in her for anything. Our dear sister Sambo, Kristen Ku Klux Clark. You know, the woman who's let off everybody from George Zimmerman to Carolyn Bryant. Now, let's be very, very clear. Kristen Clark let the killer of Emmett Till, Carolyn Bryant, let her off the hook. And you think you're going to go back a century? And somehow she's going to have more of a conscience and discovered more of a conscience then? She has let go of all the historical monsters and beasts and animals that have attacked us, while she's sitting there smiling on Twitter and clanking champagne glasses, as their kind are apt to do. White supremacy does not bother them. They consider themselves to be collaborators or safe Negroes within it. They consider white supremacy to be y'all's problem, not her problem.
They would just do the rule of law. And again, we know how that is when it comes to black people, but if they just follow the law, we will actually be successful to get back into court. In the meanwhile, we're calling on the federal government, President Joe Biden, our dear sister Kristen Clark of the Department of Justice, to come in and open a criminal investigation that's never happened in Greenwood. They can do this today. Right now, today, they have the authority to do that, and we're asking them to do it.
Because we know U.S. military planes were used as well. Jonathan, who produced this segment, he went looking for the ruling by Judge Caroline Wall, and at first thought he didn't find it because he just found this 3-sentence, upon hearing the arguments of counsel, this case is dismissed with prejudice.
Now, did you all hear that? This case is dismissed with prejudice. For those of you who don't know what that means in judicial jargon, that means dismissed with prejudice means that it cannot be the charge cannot be brought again. That's what dismissed with prejudice means. Although in the system of white supremacy, that's a very interesting vernacular they would use, dismissed with prejudice. I mean, white supremacists, is there anything they can do without prejudice? I submit to you they can't even breathe without prejudice. But by the way, that's what happened when we went to court. Now, I want you to understand that this video you're watching here is from July 10th, okay? 5 days ago. So we're going to get you all up to speed about this, but this is from 5 days ago. Listen to what Joy Reid says next.
That's the ruling. She didn't even explain her ruling. She just wrote 3 quick lines and get out of my courtroom. To me, that seems like an insult, particularly as you said, since the city of Tulsa has used these people and their tragedy to earn money off of them.
It is an insult. And Joy, when I found out about this by a reporter calling me late Friday evening, and it was a gut punch. And then I felt so bad for myself, but then feeling bad to have to call my clients and tell them what happened. And when they asked me, well, what's the reasoning? And I have to tell them, I don't know. The judge didn't even give us the decency to explain it to us in a written order, and outside of just putting this in on Friday.
The decency to explain. White supremacists do not have decency.
Tell them what happened. And when they ask me, well, what's the reasoning? And I have to tell them, I don't know. The judge didn't even give us the decency to explain it to us in a written order, and outside of just putting this in on Friday night. So it's something that is just should not have happened. The standard that we were having, the bar was so low on a motion to dismiss in this type of situation. And for us not to have any type of a reasoning, it leaves you, the only thing you can think of is this is another chapter in a 102-year book where they continue to say no. They continue to find ways to say no, regardless of when you bring the claim, how you bring the claim, or who brings the claim.
They didn't even find a way this time. He said they continue to find a way to say no. They didn't even find a way. She just said, case dismissed. She didn't even attempt to explain it. She didn't even attempt to give a rationale. So find a way. No, they're actually finally being honest, which is, yeah, damn you niggas.
But that's why we're going to still continue to fight. We're going to appeal this case. We're going to look at other avenues to get these people justice and the entire Black community from Greenwood, because this is a case that impacts all of Black America's racial justice claims. As you stated, Joy, we have living survivors, we have video, we have pictures, we have millions of dollars in insurance claims, and they're still going to say no. This cannot stand in America. And I ask everyone that believes in truth, justice, and reparations for these survivors and Black folks to join with us at Justice for Greenwood, justiceforgreenwood.org. Get with us, stand with us, and let these 3 survivors know that they have a nation of people that's not just praying for them, but is actively in the fight for justice for them.
Many of us been here before anybody filed a lawsuit about these things. So I'm glad to see at least the brother, we do have an attorney out there somewhere who is doing something. At least we have one out there who is somewhere doing something. because the others and the rest are summarily worthless. So at least I give him credit for being out there and doing something. At least he's forcing them. He's going to court and showing at least they're doing something. And the courts are having to just come out and say, yeah, why didn't we say so? Okay, what's the explanation? No explanation needed. Dismissed. Excuse me, rationale. Aren't you supposed to explain this in your court order? Yeah, I got lunch today. Bye. So folks, oh, this is extraordinary. We don't see things like that. We see things like that as black all the time. It's just about time we want to stop pretending. Take the damn camouflage off, take the masks off, and say who and what you really are. Now that, you heard them saying that they want to appeal this, and what they want to do is appeal this to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. They wanted to appeal this to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. So this was, I guess one of the state judges there or whatever, and they kicked the case out there. So they wanted to appeal it to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. And as a group there, this is the thing I want you to understand. I want you to understand that that was the part of the story that you were seeing be done there. That was the part of the story that you were hearing about. Want to go here a little bit further because this was on Twitter, and I wanted to show that to you all here. You can see on Twitter, this was here a couple of days after the story from MSNBC they were talking about there. Oklahoma Supreme Court says that the Black Tulsa Race Massacre survivors get $0 despite being victims of terrorism and mass violence. So if you want to know what happened after the Joy Reid interview with them appealing it, that's what occurred. That's what occurred. That's what occurred. Now he mentions about Oklahoma City. But you see what happened here? I want that to sink in for you for a few moments here. Let that sink in for a few moments here. This is what they're doing. This is what happened after the Joy Reid interview. I'm going to go down a little bit here because I want you to see this next part here from Mr. Peters, who stands with Ukraine. He says the vote was nearly unanimous, 8-1, against claims that a Tulsa County court judge erred when she dismissed the Tulsa Race Massacre case. Whereas the political makeup of the court is 5 Republicans, 4 Democrats. So this was not a vote among party lines. So the white folk here, suspected white supremacists, are sitting up here saying this. Nobody mentioned anything about party. Nobody said anything about that. So here he is. Well, this wasn't along party lines. Okay. Well, I just thought I would bring you all a picture of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Just thought I would interrupt the program here tonight to bring you a picture of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Do you see the problem there? You see that? Did you see that? Oh, yeah. Well, this wasn't a vote along party lines. The white supremacists are very good for trying to get you off on irrelevant things. Well, this wasn't along party lines. Nobody said it was along party lines, as I have always taught you all. Democrat and Republican, these party labels, liberal, conservative, these ideological labels are jackets that these people take on and take off on a moment's notice. The issue isn't are they Democrat or Republican. The issue is are they white supremacists. The issue is, are they white supremacists? And here you have your Democrats and your Republicans, all birds of a feather on the wing of white supremacy. All feathers on the wings of the bird of white supremacy, which is what we've been teaching you now all this time. And I want you to see that juxtaposition against the faces of these elderly black women who've had to survive this long. So you've had to live for a century here, and the children and grandchildren of the folks who committed the crimes are showing you they are standing by their fathers. That's the point I'm getting through to you here. They're showing you that all this time, a century later, they are standing by the white supremacists. Because that is who they are. Democrat or Republican. Local, state, or federal level. While this guy is telling you about the makeup of the political party of them, while he was telling you about that, and by the way, in the comments section, they were on his ass. Did anyone mention party? Well, Republicans 5, Democrats 4. I don't know who the one who was who dissented. Mr. Scott says, were they white people? It turns out, yes. There you have it. Had everything to do with race and nothing to do with partisan politics. And folks jumped on him here. You're trying to insinuate it was a collective sound decision because it wasn't decided along party lines. So you got to understand these low-key white supremacists who sit up here and just, oh, well, you know what I mean? It wasn't along party lines. Nobody said anything about party. No one said a word about party lines. Well, see, it must be fair because they were Democrats. They're white, aren't they? I mean, must be fair because they're white. That's the update on it. If you want to know, for those of you who want to be up to the minute about what happened there, if you want to know what occurred, by the way, if you want to know about what the appeal would be, that's what it is. And this is your proof that even in the year 2024, you are not in the United States of America. You are in the United States of white supremacy, as you've always been. And the same monsters who were there then are the same monsters who are still oppressing, brutalizing today. They have not changed. They are irredeemable. They are the animals and monsters of history. And in a just world, you would have a Nuremberg for them. I'm merely bringing that to your attention. If you agree, and this is further proof solidified in concrete that this is the United States of white supremacy, give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 3,000 people in here live during tonight's program. And I've been accumulating the information here because I wanted you all to see this. But if you agree that this is yet another piece of evidence, as if you needed any more, that this is not the United States of America, this is the United States of white supremacy, then give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks don't like the program, I understand. This is a tough subject for some folks here who want to go back to eating potato chips and talking on their cell phones and watching naughty videos. Meanwhile, out here in the real world, this is going on. A race war targeting you and me. And I'm showing you who they're targeting and how. This is what a race war looks like. 8 of these monsters up here on this screen targeting 2 ancient little old ladies and showing you that they are as much at war against you today as they were then. You have a Supreme Court in Oklahoma that what they're doing in 2024 is exactly the same thing that they did in 1924. So there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for us to let anybody tell you, well, that was a long time ago, anything a long time ago. No, it's never too long ago when you haven't changed and you're the same individuals and institutions. No, it's never too long. You're the same. Well, I didn't do that. Yes, you are. You're doing it right now. Well, that was them back then. No, they're still there now. And they're still maintaining it today. Therefore, they still owe. And by the way, that meter just kicked up a whole bunch. That meter just kicked up a whole bunch. Because what we're coming for now, let's just understand here, every time you do stuff like this, at this point right now, let me tell you all where I stand. I don't give a damn if the amount bankrupts them. Do you hear me? I don't give a damn if the amount sends the nation into hyperinflation. I don't give a damn if the amount bankrupts the treasury. I don't give a damn if the folks stop showing up to buy their treasury bonds and to buy their treasury notes. I don't give a damn if it sends the nation into catastrophic economic ruin. I don't give a damn. If we cannot all be equally comfortable, then damn it, we all gonna be equally uncomfortable. If we are not gonna have what is owed us, then damn it, we can all sit down here in the ashes together. We can all do that. I don't want to hear another word about the amount. I don't want to hear another word about how it devalues currency. I don't give a damn what it does. You can flood it. You can overflow it. The only consequences I'm concerned about is you paying the price. That's the only consequence I'm concerned with. And you can watch this whole damn son of a gun burn down for all I give a damn. Well, can we work this out? We ain't working out a damn thing. What about the currency and devaluation? I got a feeling that's going to happen. You're not going to scare us. Let me tell you right now, you've crossed a line and a point of no return. We don't care what it costs, and we don't care what it does now. We don't care what the consequences are. When you are dealing with a monster and an animal, you don't let up off of him. You put the boots on the neck and you keep squeezing till you see the eyeballs bug out and explode out of their heads. That's what you do. But you don't ease up on nothing. They're monsters. And you are dealing with a monstrous, bestial regime. We are not dealing with them as individuals. You are dealing with a monstrous, bestial regime. The regime is what did these things. And the regime is alive and well. That wasn't a long time ago. The regime still exists. Therefore, the regime is still liable. The regime is still fighting the race war to this day. Why do we need reparations? Why must you cut the check? Because the regime is alive and well and still waging the race war against us to this very day. They haven't stopped anything. This is why we are doing what we're doing. This is why, as you go into Juneteenth, we are acting the way that we are and focusing on what we're focusing on. Because they told themselves if they held out long enough, there would be nobody to pay and you wouldn't have to worry about anything. Now they're waking up and realizing, oh hell, that's not the way that's going to go. While I'm at it here to put it in its proper context, shout out to the brothers and sisters out there in DC for the reparations rally. And on the screen right there, that picture says it all. That is the worst nightmare come to life right there on your screen. You want to know what frightens them? You want to know why you have a bunch of white supremacists living up to their labels of attacking children and little old ladies? You're not dealing with warriors, you're dealing with cowards. They've always been cowards. They attack children and little old ladies because that's all they can do. And because what you see on your screen right there is what frightens them. That we're not talking about integration and tennis shoes and cell phones. We are talking about empowerment and an agenda and a blood debt. This is a blood debt. Thomas Sowell wanted to argue with me once years and years ago on a radio program when I called in. Oh, you know, I was talking about reparations then, by the way. I was talking about reparations then. This must have been, at this point, 16, 17 years ago. He was on Hannity on the radio, and I called in when he was guest hosting. Now I told him about, no, we are owed this by the nation. I was talking about reparations going on 2 decades ago. And before that, Thomas Sowell talking about, well, you know, that idea, I mean, that's the kind of thing there of giving people the idea of blood debt. Why, that goes to Nazi Germany. I'm like, yeah, the Jews were owed that and so are we. Yes, this is a blood debt. And we are going to tell everyone here, and we are going to tell the children and the grandchildren about why it is we are pushing for this and for them to never forget who did this. You grab the little children and you teach them so that there's never a time that they did not know why we are doing what we're doing and why they have to do what they're doing. This is a blood debt that is owed to them by birthright. And we are never going to let it go. Not now, not ever. We are never going to let this go. We are never going to stop talking about this. We are never going to release it. We're never going to let you off the hook. This will only be the issue, and every year that passes, it will become more of the issue until it is the only thing anybody is talking about. This is never going to go away, and all you're really doing up there is giving yourselves a stay of execution for a little while longer, which really, as I've taught you all for years, I want you all to understand, the white supremacist is a savage beast. The white supremacist is a cannibalistic savage. Do you understand what they're doing? Because they know what they're doing. They know that demographics is destiny. They know that the numbers are against them. They know what the future is going to hold. They know the South Africa apartheid strategy didn't work in South Africa and damn sure isn't going to work in North America. So, Jason, why are they pushing it anyway here? Because the savage white supremacist monster is a cannibal that is now willing to devour its own children. Let me explain. By their refusal to address this situation, When for them, it may be bigger than it was for their grandfathers, but if your grandfathers had handled this properly, you wouldn't have to deal with this today. Imagine what would have happened if your grandfathers had not been white supremacist monstrous beasts and had dealt with this back then a century ago. Why, it wouldn't be in your lap and it wouldn't be multiples bigger than it was before. By you doing this, it isn't going to erase the debt. That's just something that you're sitting up here playing with and intellectually masturbating in your own head. You're not erasing the debt. Our liberation and what we are owed is not up for a vote or a verdict. All you're really doing is passing the bill on to your children. Only it's going to be multiples bigger for them. So instead of you handling this, and making sure that your children don't get devoured by it, why you've chosen to sit up here and cannibalize your own kids. They've chosen to cannibalize their own children and say, you know what? Long as we doing okay, y'all handle this. Knowing full well that they will not be able to maintain this like you have. They won't have the wherewithal or the leverage to do it. They won't have the numbers. They won't have the influence. All you're doing now is handing them an execution date. That's all you're doing for them. Instead of you taking care of this, you've granted yourself a stay of execution and said, let the kids go ahead and deal with this. Let them suffer the consequences, not me. Do you understand what kind of monster, what kind of animal that you're dealing with under those circumstances? I've been told now, going on 2 decades, that I'm too harsh. That I say these things, oh, Jason, you're too harsh. And, oh, the language that you use is just so, it's so abrasive here. And, oh, why is he always yelling? It's so inflammatory here. Nothing is more harsh than somebody who is willing to devour their own children so that they can spare themselves for a few more years. Now, you all understand how this works. For those of you who are philosophers, for those of you who are spiritual, you understand how this works. What is the future of an organism that eats its own children? For those of you who are philosophical and religious and ideological, you understand this one. This is very simple. You've been trained in this your whole lives. What is the future for an organism that is so evil, so wicked, so animalistic that it's willing to devour its own children? Well, what type of future can that organism look forward to? Well, that organism doesn't have a future. Do you understand that? They don't have a future. Jason, are you saying what it is I think you're saying? They've been telling you this the whole time. They've been saying this the entire time. You play games with yourself if you want to pretend that they don't mean it the way they said it. They've been saying it the entire time. Folks, they would rather die, white supremacists with the ability to harm and mistreat you, than to survive as a people who don't have the ability to harm and mistreat you. Harming black people, mistreating black people is more important than survival. Because as far as they are concerned, abusing us is freedom. And what good is life without freedom? Therefore, if they are being denied the historical powers of abuse and brutalization against us, then, well, life is useless. What good is life? I don't have the power to abuse you. What the hell I'm living for? No, much better that we survive for 10 more years of being able to abuse you than for us to be able to survive for eternity and not be able to do it. Much, much better that we live for the next 10, 20 years able to abuse you at will and assert ourselves as dominant than to have the rest of eternity and we've lost supremacy. I'm showing you the empirical, look it up. I am showing you the concrete, tangible, provable evidence that this is where they are. No wonder you can't negotiate. No wonder they keep going until they've lost everything. No wonder they keep doing that. Folks, this is in their minds a war of annihilation. That there is no point. Remember, the Dixiecrats said that. Strom Thurmond said that there is no point of having an American nation if you don't have the power and the ability to abuse black people. There is no point in having that nation. So as far as they're concerned, if they cannot stand on white supremacy, then there's no reason to have the entire nation. No reason. None. None. I want you all to know that that's how seriously they take that. They know that passing the bill on to their children is suicide. They know it. And they have said, to hell with the children. We figure it'll take you niggas 10 or 20 years to tear down all the monuments and everything. So, to hell with the children. You see that? You hear that? And I want to say one more thing in reference to that. This is good. I have always said that. I will continue to say that. The Oklahoma Supreme Court has done us here in the new black media a tremendous favor. You see, when you're this blatant with it, you're doing good. See, the old white supremacists, they started to learn. The Joe Bidens, that's a white supremacist who's learned from his experience. He's just every bit as racist and evil today as he was 50 years ago, but he's learned something in the last half of a century. He's learned that, damn it, when you carry the damn flags above ground and you're waving them around and you do these incredibly blatant confrontational things, all you're really doing is sending out a damn foghorn. You're alerting everybody. You gotta keep it low key. You gotta be subtle with it. You can't do these great, big, huge, blatant things. If you're gonna issue a court order against them, you gotta tell them that there was some other regulation or some other triviality or some other technicality they didn't meet. You can't just sit there and say, man, damn you niggas, dismissed. You can't say that. You can't do that. You're being too damn blatant. You're doing too much and you're being too damn blatant. You gotta give us cover. You gotta give us plausible deniability. You can't wait until damn me Juneteenth and sit up here and start doing things like this. You can't. You're being too blatant with it throughout history. What has happened? The biggest times we overturn things is when they were too blatant with it. That was when things changed. They were too blatant with it. That's the problem. So when they go off and do this kind of thing here, I'm letting you all know this is good. I wanted them to come out with it just like this. I've always said that. I told you all going into the 2020s, the white supremacists going to come with their hands out. They going to come with their fists up. They're going to come. They're going to have to be more blatant. They're going to have to be more blatant. They're going to have to be. And now they're getting around to doing that, and it's big, and it's loud, and it's ugly, and they're not hiding it, and they're not concealing it, and they're not doing enough for it here. And they're hoping that you don't get that. They're hoping you don't get that. Want to show you a little bit something else here. I want to show you a little bit more, because just in case you were wondering, because I know you were, where your political representation is, here's Kamala Harris. She wants you all to know that, hey, by the way, abortion is the real issue here, by the way. Oh, you want to know something about technically non-white people? Well, she's worried about DACA. And she's showing you exactly who DACA is and what DACA is for. So she's showing you that. There you go. Damn Oklahoma City. Yes, sir. You know, the black folk who did this, who built this country, yeah, forget y'all. We need to see if we can neutralize you. We need some folk from my background, not yours. So, by the way, the brother sitting up here talking about Joe Biden's Justice Department, about the same thing on Kamala Harris's page, on the vice president page. Same thing. Same thing. Hello, we need more abortion. We need more abortion. And of course, here you're going into June, so she's making sure that she's like, okay, well, since black folk don't support me, let me help everybody else. You're going to go right to them. She understands that she's persona non grata. Want to show you something else here. I want to show you something else. I want to teach you a little bit of something about that place that you're in there in Oklahoma. For those of you who did not know exactly what in the world you're dealing with, I want you to understand what Oklahoma is. I want you to understand what Oklahoma is. Take a look at your screens here. It's time for you all to learn something here from the only historically black college and university of higher education that you're going to find. This is a good article here from Condé Nast. The Secret History of the Oklahoma Panhandle. For those of you who did not know what that is, The Secret History of the Oklahoma Panhandle. They do not actually do the story justice here, and they, of course, phrase it in a confusing manner. But I want you all to learn something about that place, Oklahoma. I referenced this before. I want to go ahead and put this to you here again. The story here says Oklahoma comes very close to being a boxy non-entity on the national map. Thank goodness for the state's panhandle, a 166-mile-long strip of land extending west toward New Mexico, which gives the state its familiar saucepan shape. But what's it doing there? This awkward strip of land just 34 miles wide. The only thing separating Texas from Kansas and Colorado. Like so much else in American history, the Panhandle is a mark left by slavery. Now he says that, but then in the next paragraph here, some folks don't know what a paragraph is. I'm going to send some of my mods to school. When the United States annexed Texas in 1845, the future Lone Star State was even larger than it is today, stretching all the way north into modern Wyoming. But the Missouri Compromise of 1820 had forbidden slavery north of the 36th and a half parallel. So Texas got its top chopped off. Now that statement right there, Texas got its top chopped off. No, they didn't. Texas gave up that land. Y'all need to understand, if you take a look on your screens there, it actually goes beyond this. There's a little red box over here, but the Texas territory stretches out in a really funnel-shaped manner, going wide through Kansas and up to this area here, going up north. It kept going. So in that area up here that has Kansas at the very bottom of Kansas, that area up there, that was part of Texas too. Texas gave it up because the only other option would have been for Texas to become a free state. So when he says Texas got its top chopped off, no, Texas chopped off its nose to spite its face. It didn't want to become a free state. So Texas could have kept the top of the state if they would have become a free state. They said, man, damn the top of the state. Get them niggas back in chains over here. Damn the top of that state. We don't care. Let Kansas have it. Let Oklahoma have it. Damn that. Bring them slaves back over here. Bring them back. We ain't giving up a damn thing. The writer of this article attempts to confuse you and phrase that in a way that you don't understand. He says it in some vague, innocuous way that doesn't really tell you what the hell happened, as if Texas just woke up one day and somebody just did that to them. That isn't what happened. That is not what occurred. Texas could have kept that if they become a free state. They said, yeah, freedom is for white folk. And they let that territory go because they're like, yeah, we ain't fooling with no liberated people. We ain't fooling with no freedom. We ain't fooling with that. That's not our scene. That's not our scene. We ain't doing that. Do you understand how serious they are about keeping us enslaved? This is how serious. I've been telling you all this forever here. This is still going as far as they're concerned. If they cannot brutalize us, if they cannot abuse us, that is the metric. That's the barometer that they use in order to measure the health of white society. Their ability to abuse us is how they measure it. That's how they measure it. You're talking about going on centuries now. Centuries. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 It's over 2 centuries later. Over 2 centuries later. Two centuries. And they're showing you they are every bit as dedicated to it today. Now they're not just willing to give up a state. They're willing to give up their own children. This is how psychopathically committed to white supremacy they are. They are just insanely psychopathic with it. And this is why it is so important, and it is so crucial, and it is so critical, and it is so key that we are telling this story, because we would not be where we are today making these people pay for the sins of the past if we weren't telling our own story. If it's left up to everybody else, they would just sweep this under the rug and you would never, never, ever hear about it again. That's their whole point. You'd never hear about it again. They're hoping that it withers on the vine. They're hoping you all die. They're hoping you all go away. They figure if we just wait them out. You know why? Because that's what previous generations taught them was the strategy to use. Just wait them out. And if they take to the streets, let them blow off some steam and burn some stuff up, they'll eventually go home. But at the end of it, they'll leave the matter alone. That's what previous generations did till you get to the 1960s, and then you start seeing things change a bit. Now you got some luminaries and some icons who are saying, yeah, by the way, this is a blood debt and we ain't never letting this go. Then they started murdering them and they figured, whew, that takes the heat off of it. And now they're waking up and realizing, now be damned, they didn't need a Malcolm X anymore. They didn't need a Huey Newton anymore. This is the culture. A culture of resistance. This is springing up from the soil. They're investigating their own history. They're learning their own history. They don't even need our history books. They don't trust our history books. They're not looking to our history books because they don't trust them. Well, then now you've lost being able to colonize the land, and now you've also lost being able to colonize their minds. That's why they're trying to bring over as many immigrants as they can, because, well, they already come detached from our history. Those of us who actually have the claim to it, first order of business. Oh boy, let's see if we can colonize their minds. Oh, you lost that. You lost the land. You lost their minds. You lost the politics. Nobody's looking to you for anything. You lost religion. You lost ideology. Now you're losing education. What in the hell? In other words, they are trying to exercise mental and emotional control over a people with which they have lost mental and emotional control. So you see all of these signs and all of these indicators that we are not looking to integrate, that we remember everything that's happened, everything that's happened. You want to talk about Oklahoma? Let me remind you of something I've referenced here before. Going into the pandemic of 2020, the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, whose members owned black slaves and fought on the side of the Confederacy in the Civil War, is now opposing federal efforts to require that descendants of the tribe's former slaves, called freedmen, be given promised rights before the tribe can receive federal housing funds. Choctaw leaders say any such requirement infringes on tribal sovereignty. Tribal sovereignty means you should go make your own damn money. You sovereign, remember? Go ahead and see if you can make your own economy. Love to see how that works out. But they're letting you know here that we haven't forgotten any of these things, and there's a whole bunch of you who, by the way, you thought you got off slick. You thought you got off slick, and they're waking up one day and realizing, we'll be damned. Y'all ain't let that go. No, we're never letting it go. And these are smart moves, because here's the real thing right here. If you talk about white supremacy, you cannot deal with white supremacy if you are not also willing to grapple with their collaborators. Because what they will do is deputize non-white people and tell them to do the dirty work. And then tell you, hey, it was not us white folk doing it, them folk over there. You're going to have to get them all. Everyone who is a devotee, look it up. Everyone who is a follower of the religion of white supremacy. Everyone who is a follower of the religion of white supremacy. All of the religious converts. All of the faithful to white supremacy. You do not have to be white to be a white supremacist. So everyone who's signed up, everyone who's drunken from the cup of iniquity, everybody who's become a card-carrying member, everyone who's collaborated, all of you who did it and all of you who helped them to do it. After all, isn't that the standard that was established at Nuremberg? Damn! Why, isn't that the standard that was established at Nuremberg and what they've done in every decade since? Everybody who took part and everyone who helped them. Isn't that the metric and the standard and the principle that's been applied all this time? And it's only when you grab Uncle Sam and say, okay, we gonna put the boots to you now, all of a sudden now they want to give themselves an exemption. Now they want to give themselves an exemption. The white corporate media is very upset, is very angry. The white corporate media is very upset and very angry, and I want to explain something to you all here. I want to explain something to you that I want you to understand fully here. When you take a look at this here, Newsweek is thinking they're going to sit up here and put a battery in our backs. The full list of black Americans for Trump coalition partners. So they're basically trying to make an enemies list here. Very interesting, because y'all notice that when these courts sit up here and give these bogus rulings against us, Newsweek doesn't list all of the justices. They don't ever list all the justices and say who voted for it. You notice that? They don't give out a list then. Whenever this kind of stuff happens, even with the United States Supreme Court, they don't publish the list of the names. And, okay, this is the list of folk who voted against your Voting Rights Act. This is the list of the folks who voted against affirmative action. This is the list of the folks who voted against reparations. They don't ever publish that list. These are your Democrat presidential candidates who are against the full list of against reparations Democrat candidates for president. Well, they don't do that one. But all of a sudden, we making a list and checking it twice. And, we thought you all ought to know. Well, Jason, why would they do that right there? Well, they say so in the article, by the way, and they let you know they can't even sit on it for any real damn length of time. They know they're in trouble out there, and they're letting you know there's a problem. You go halfway down in the article here, and then you see it. A Marist poll. Now, this is from June 15th, which is today. This is from June 15th, which is today. And they say a Marist poll published on Wednesday, 3 days ago, shows that Biden has lost considerable support among black voters in Pennsylvania, a state he narrowly won in 2020. Oh, yeah, but did Hillary Clinton win it in 2016? Damn! Biden narrowly won in 2020. Yeah, but what about 2016? He had won the support of most black voters in 2020 with 92% voting for him and just 7% choosing Trump. In Wednesday's survey, 68% of black voters. Damn! 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 So he got 92% of the black vote in 2020. 4 years later, according to the Marist poll, 68% of black voters said they were supporting Biden or leaning towards him. So that's two categories now. Do you support him or are you leaning towards him? You got to put both of those together. While 23% said that they were backing Trump. Let's be very clear what that means. This is not a vote for Trump. We judge the person who's in office at that time. When Barack Obama was in office, he started losing support because we judged him. When Trump was in office, we judged him. Biden is in office, we judge him. We don't judge the person who isn't in office. When Trump was president, we were on his ass every single day. Yes, because you're the guy in office. Don't tell me about Hillary Clinton anymore. You're the one sitting in the White House. We are focused on the person in the White House who is or is not doing our bidding. Jason, why ain't y'all talking about Trump? Because he's not in office. If he gets back in office, we'll be talking about him. Biden is the one in office now. We talking about him. He ain't getting the job done. We're focused on him. So, no. We don't, the guy in office, how dare you give him support if he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing? And he's worried. Every time y'all turn around now, they're letting you know they worried. Sitting up here trying to bang the furniture and bang the silverware and bang the pottery and talk about, Trump is evil, Trump is bad. And meanwhile, this is going on down there in Oklahoma, and dead silence from Kamami Harris and Joe the Bigot Biden. Dead silence from them. I want to say something else here right now in no uncertain terms. Jason Black, why is it that whenever you do these things, why is it that whenever you show up here, why is it that you are usually being the voice of outrage and indignation? I want y'all to understand something. If you ain't angry, you out your damn mind. How the hell can you sit here and be content under these circumstances when you have a war being waged against you and the system? You take a look on your screen. That's not an individual. That's not some random white person calling you nigga. This is white supremacy on your screen. When you have a system where the white supremacists can commit every crime imaginable and the system of government, the whole thing, from the local level, the state level, the federal level, they are all united in how they respond to it. You get a systemic response. That is white supremacy. That is why I want you on a war footing. That is why I want you outraged. That is why I want you indignant. That is why you're supposed to be angry. That right there. So that every time you see it, every time you hear it, they've declared war on you. I want you to have the exact same response. You are unhappy, you are discontent, you are outraged at every turn. And every morning you get up, you remember how goes the war, brother, and you salute each other. The war continues, sister. That's to be your default response. Because that is the only sensible response to someone declaring war on you and then waging that war. I want to remind you all of something right now. Do you understand the monumental mammoth amount of our birthright that has been stolen from us by violence and by force? Every time you turn around, nobody else has had to face this. Don't lump us in with anybody else. Nobody ever dropped bombs on Chinatown. Nobody ever dropped bombs on Koreatown. Nobody's ever dropped bombs on Mexican Town. Nobody's ever dropped bombs on Greek Town. Nobody ever dropped bombs on the Italian market. We are the only people that you can watch entire blocks, entire cities go up in flames, bombing us. That's warfare. Bullets, you can hit one or two people indiscriminately. Bombs are to wipe out whole groups indiscriminately. Ain't nobody else ever faced that. Way before 1985. Nobody else has faced that. 85 was simply the continuation of a pattern that was ongoing. When you talk about all the Black Wall Streets, how did they meet their end? They all met their end the same way. Somebody eventually shows up, and the somebody is somebody in government eventually shows up and starts blowing things up. And then when you go to the federal government says you are not protected by the United States Constitution. I want to tell you all about the one that resonates with me most. Wilmington, North Carolina. That one in particular resonates with me most. Of all the places that I could talk about, and all the places we discussed, and all the places I've seen, Wilmington, in my opinion, is absolutely symbolic at a quintessential level of everything that has happened to us as a people. Wilmington was a black government that was militarily, violently overthrown by the local white supremacists with the help of the sheriff and the federal government. The local white supremacists got together and said, damn this black government. Y'all got until sundown to be out of here, or we gonna start killing folks. And then they started killing folks. And ever since that time, the regime has continued the racial warfare, which is why when you're trying to get the records from the library in Wilmington, the librarian in Wilmington has refused to turn them over. We still don't have all the records to this day. They are covering up. People, let me explain something to you right now. This is very, very simple for a lot of you here. I'm about to get into I'm not going to make it too complex for you here, but I want you to understand how the law works. Let's say, for example, you are a business owner and you make money through your business. Okay, got it. You bought a house with the money you make for your business. Got it. Understood. One day, your business gets sued. Oh, and the folks who are suing you, they're not just suing the business, they're suing you personally. They want to sue you for your assets. Well, you can't then go into court and tell the judge, oh, wait a minute, they can't sue me for my personal assets. They can sue the business, but they can't sue me for my personal assets because my personal assets and my business are two separate things. The judge is going to say, show me your bank account. Now, if you show the judge two separate bank accounts, a personal bank account and a business bank account, and you show that you've been doing business out of the business bank account, you're okay. But if you have been commingling the funds, if you just take it all and put it in your personal bank account and you are paying both your personal expenses and your business expenses out of your personal bank account, well, you can't come back retroactively and say, whoa. No. You got to treat these as two separate things. You got to treat them as two separate things now. You can't merge them together because that's called piercing the corporate veil. You can't mingle your business revenue with your personal funds and then come back later when it suits you and then say, oh, you can't get me for both of those together. You got to single it out. Well, you've never treated them as separate. You can't come back later and tell us treat them as separate. You've never handled them as separate. Now that is the law. That's the law. Well, guess what? Wilmington, Oklahoma, if you are covering for the crimes of a century ago, you can't then claim that you are separate from it. You are covering for what they did a century ago. You are now collaborators and accessories to the crime because there is no statute of limitations on murder. Damn! So you are now accessories to it by virtue of the fact that you are covering for it. So now you're with them. They began this criminal action and this criminal enterprise, and you are furthering it and continuing it. Now I know that some of you say to yourselves, well, Jason, I mean, where's the power and authority of that? And what exactly does that mean? I know some of you are saying that, but I want you to understand something here. These things have come into being because we said they were. They didn't come into being because somebody gave it to us. And they're not going to happen because someone else gave it to us. We are calling them who and what they are. And the first step to changing the environment around you is changing the conversation around you. Changing the terms of discussion around you. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 80 years ago, they told you reparations was a pipe dream. Reparations was a myth. Y'all need to quit making fools of yourselves and quit making idiots of yourselves. They were laughing and joking. Can anybody find anybody laughing and joking about reparations today? Can anybody find any of them folks who were laughing about it then? Can you find any of them laughing about it today? We damn sure wiped the smirks off their faces now, didn't we? Ain't nobody laughing and chuckling no more. Ain't nobody giggling and ha-haing no more. Not anymore, they're not. They done got real quiet. Oh, they're disrespectful, but we wiped the damn smiles off their faces. Now they're saying, hey, you folks are being unreasonable. How we supposed? It went from y'all will never get it to how we supposed to pay that? How we supposed to pay that? Folks, I got to get gully with it tonight here. And when you ask me that question right there, and how we supposed to pay that? How we supposed to pay that? The polite answer I give you, when you ask me how you supposed to pay that, my polite answer would be, well, you can maneuver the budget here and we can cut out some spending over there, maybe cut back on defense spending here, and we can make some special allocations over there. That's the polite answer. The Jason Black answer is, I don't give a damn if both you and your wife got to hit the damn track. Damn! I don't give a damn if your whole damn family and your dog got to get out there and bust it open. And I'll drag you bastards out there to get to it. Now that's the answer I want to give you. I may confine it to the polite answer, but I just thought you'd like to know what the real answer is I want to give you. The real answer I want to give you is I don't give a damn how you get it. I don't care if you got to open a OnlyFans, Homely Fans. I don't give a damn what it is. I really don't. Not at all. Break my bread. I don't give a damn what you gotta do. But Jason, my wife is 85 years old. Ooh boy, I hope she don't get a hip thrown out. Oh, well, that's compassionate of you. Damn compassion. She got to get back out there tomorrow. She throw a hip out, she gonna give me excuses. I ain't trying to have it. I'm not trying to have it. I don't give a damn if she got to go out there with a walker with the tennis balls on the damn feet of it. Heifer, figure out a way. Take them dentures out and figure out a way. On account of the fact you owe. Oh, and I want y'all to understand, I am damn serious in what I'm saying right now. I'm not joking. I'm serious as hell. I am the most serious nigga in America right now. I'm not joking with y'all. I want you to please understand what I'm saying to you. Ain't no bit of me joking to you this second. I'm serious as hell. Do you understand me? I'm serious as hell right now. No kidding, no joking, no playing. You damn right. Grab your granny, your auntie, all the rest of them here. Load their asses up in this Ford Econo line. You gonna get to work. You gonna knit sweaters. You gonna dig ditches. You gonna turn tricks. You gonna get it done. I bull jive you not. I bull jive you not. I am so serious right now in what I'm saying. I am so serious. Please understand me when I tell you I am all the way for real with the words you hear me say. Jason, you wouldn't really do that. Nigga, wanna bet? You wanna bet? And I would be so polite. Oh, come here, ma'am. Oh, thank you, Sonny. That's all right. Okay, one foot in front of the other here. You move. All right, right foot first, then left, okay? Right foot first. All right, here we go. Right. All right, there you go. That's one. All right, gonna take a big step up here now. Left foot up. All right, there you go. All right, let me get you in the seat here. Let me buckle your old ass down. Wouldn't want you to fly out the seat on your way downtown. Oh, do you want your walker too? Would you like that too? Oh, absolutely, no problem. Here you go. No, Metamucil. No, we don't need to do all that. No Metamucil, but all right. Hey, we got all your friends in here too. There's Gertrude over there. There's Mildred back there. Oh, don't worry. We're going to block, picking everybody up. This is like a demented first day of school. Yes, sir. Y'all remember your first day of school when the bus came on each of the streets and picking everybody up? It's like, yeah, we're doing that at your age, and we're going block to block. We're picking all your little old asses up. I suggest you take some sewing classes, heifer. I suggest you take some classes because you paying something. People, please understand I'm so damn serious. I am so serious. I know it sounds madcap and crazy what I'm saying right now, but I'm not joking. I'm really not. You take a look at what these villainous bastards did to our elders on your screen up there. So let me get this straight. You're gonna be merciless with them, and I'm gonna have mercy on yours. Use out your damn mind. Grab the grandmama, grab the great-grandmama. I don't give a damn how young. I don't give a damn how old. I don't give a damn if they're on drugs. I don't give a damn how obese. Heifer, you about to work off them pounds this weekend. I hope your blood sugar is in good damn shape because you gonna be working. I am so damn serious in what I'm saying. I'm not joking or kidding about nothing with y'all right now. I am for real, for real. I'd sit right there and put it up on Twitter so y'all can see justice prevails. Well, we didn't do it. If you sit up here and talk about you wasn't in Tulsa, Oklahoma 100 years ago, I'm going to extend this for your ass another 20 years. You just take care of what the hell you was told. I want you all to understand that's where I am with it today. Right now, sitting in front of you, ain't backing off of nothing. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be facetious. because they ain't playing with us. They're not playing with us at all. What I want to do here, I want to show y'all something. I want to show you something. We've been on here for an hour and a half right now, but we're going to keep rolling like a freight train. But I want to show y'all something here. I don't really have the time to do it right this second, though. But I'm going to show you. I've been meaning to do this for a minute. I've been meaning to do this for a minute. And I want to get to that. I want to show you all what this is about. I want to show you all what this is about. When folks ask me what fuels me, when folk ask me, Jason, how can you do this going on 2 decades and you practically never miss a broadcast, practically never miss a holiday? What is it that's fueling you 24/7? And I want to show you what it is. I want to show you all what it is. Before I do that, I'm going to take a very brief reminder here that our crowdfunding for 8 a.m. is underway. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to it. I want to thank everyone who has supported it here. Folks, I want you to make a personal promise right now that we're going to blow our previous efforts out the damn water. People, this is what they doing to us. Every time we talk about the money, this is what happens. That's not coincidental or accidental. You're in the middle of Juneteenth. You in the middle of the year. It's an election year, and they're like, damn all of that. If we don't tell our story, nobody else is. If we don't set it straight, no one else will. If we don't control the terms of discussion, nobody else is going to do that. No one. That's why we have to do this ourselves.
We've grown up in a sea of white supremacy. I think that what slavery did for us is it created this sense that the white man's ice is colder and that we want to have a seat at that table and not a seat at our own table.
At LSU, we never had a conversation about the business of sports, about the money that's made. They don't want to have that conversation because you have that conversation, that's what creates movements.
Most people are miserable. They're depressed. They hate their life. Why do people hate their life? Because they're doing things they hate. Because they feel like they're scared they can't pay a bill.
George Soros probably said it the best, and he said that when he was broke, nobody listened to him, but when he broke the banks over in Europe, he was able to start talking to the heads of state.
Are you listening? Is this thing on?
Let me tell you about the record industry. You walk into a major company, they got some of the prettiest women. You want some Perrier, you want some water. What do you need? Once they got you, it was just like that. What have you done for me lately?
A lot of those athletes in college, 99% of them will not make it to that high level NBA, WNBA, NFL.
If an artist is not a puppet, he's not going to be pulled to the top. It's the bottom line.
Friends is friends and business is business. Never intertwining.
What fuels them, what drives them, what would create monsters like this? I want to show you all what it is. I'm going to do that right after we take this very brief commercial, non-commercial break. I advise you not to go anywhere because folks get mad when they miss this kind of thing live. And I want you to see exactly what I'm referring to here. So I want all of you to join us because after this commercial break, I want to show you all what this is all really about. And it's going to be eye-opening for you. Before I do, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much here for your support. To Mark B, Chucky Woo, thank you very much there. Cut the 2-century check. We remember everything. We should be on that never forget slogan. Absolutely. And thank you very much for your support, brother. And to the folks who've been contributing memberships here tonight, thank you very much here as well. I appreciate that. We want to make sure everybody here has the opportunity to do that. So Keith Robinson has been gifting memberships here tonight. So I hope all of you here get the benefit of that. We're going to take a brief commercial, non-commercial break. When I come back, I'm letting you all know right now I'm hitting the ground running. I want to show you something. And I don't want you to forget it because I want you to see what this is all about. This is the Black Channel.
Hello, my name is Steve Burgess. I'm the author of this book, Guidelines for the Successful Student, a closer look at parenting your school-aged child. In this book, I've explained the role of the parent and the student in addition to what accommodations, procedures, rewards and consequences and expectations that need to be in place to ensure student success from primary to high school. This book is available on Amazon.com. For more information, please visit my link tree at Easy One-on-One and to access my latest podcast, A Teaching Moment with Mr. B. Thank you all for listening.
A white supremacist assassin seeks revenge. Corrupt FBI agents with evil intentions. Dangerous black collaborators dedicated to treason. Occam Jeffers must defeat them all and somehow survive. One misstep and he's a dead man. Join Occam Jeffers as he looks the devil in his blue eyes and tells him, Black first. A sequel to the underground hit War of the Heart, Spirit of 1811 Publishing presents God Love Us, on sale at Amazon. Pre-order and save today. Visit spiritofo1811publishing.com and show your love.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slavery and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, it took me a little bit of time. It took me a little time to find it, but I was actually able to do it. And I got to tell you, it's a bit of an emotional thing here. It's a bit of an emotional thing because it might strike some of you as strange. It might strike you as a little strange. To me, it makes perfect sense. I couldn't imagine it any other way. Couldn't imagine it any other way. If you want to know what this is about, if you want to know what this is all over, if you want to know why we are where we are, and what the issue actually is, I'd like to direct all of you here to the screen. I want you to take a look at something that up until this week, I hadn't seen it in decades. I didn't even actually remember what the real term was. But I would like to introduce you all to the Gandy dancers. For those of you who don't know your lore about railroads, if you want to know who it is that built this nation and who built this country, I want to show you who it was, what they did, and to show you that it wasn't to be entertaining. There was an art and a science behind what they were doing. I remember Charles Kuralt from CBS Sunday Morning decades ago, and they must have been replaying it when I was a kid because it actually preceded me. And this was the clip I originally remember seeing as a kid.
Listen carefully, because this is a song you'll never hear again in America. The song of the Gandy dancer.
Well, the birds on the sitting on the long half, this up like a bristle on a home.
This was a song that used to be heard wherever there was a railroad. Lining track is hard, hot work, but it's easier if all the lining bars pull together. And so the track caller entered American history.
So you heard what he said. It was easier for, instead of one person doing it, it was easier when they all worked together to be able to straighten out the tracks again. So when trains are going down the tracks, they're big, they're heavy, they put the tracks out of alignment, although now they've kind of cured that with the way they do it now. But this is how tracks used to be straightened. I'm sure you've all seen that big bulldozer type looking machine that's on the track sometimes that straightens the tracks out. Well, this is how it used to be done up until the early 1980s. This is how the tracks were straightened out.
Oh, I don't love my baby, do I don't.
Machines do the track lining now, and everywhere old section hands are out of work. But on a few small lines, like the 42-mile Mississippi Export Railroad, the Gandy dancer survives. We found a dozen men, the railroad's entire maintenance staff, lining a curve outside Movella, Mississippi. In the calling of Taft McCullum, you can hear echoes of the American past, of being black, of work, of love, and of railroading.
Of the American past, of being black. See, folks, if we don't document the history, if we can't remember this, if we can't find it, people wanting to destroy our history, hide the evidence of what occurred, then they'll swear to you that these things never even happened. So what the hell are you talking about? You're behind. It's just you ain't worked hard enough. Not because I knocked you down and engineered it. You ain't working hard enough. Didn't say of being Irish. Didn't say of being Asian. Didn't say of being Italian, of being black. If you had an Italian crew out there, where are they? If the Asians did this, where are they? Folks, I'm just, if somebody else did it, tell me where their crew is. Where are they? If they were the ones who did this, if the white folk at KCS or Union Pacific, if they were the ones who did this, where the hell are they? There's only one white man out there and he's straw bossing. You only see one white man in this video. They sent him out there, of course, because the news crew gonna be there. One white man, and he the one straw bossing. You mean to tell me that they came up with this technique, which is the same technique that you saw us use on the plantations, which is the same techniques that you saw us use on the sugar farms, which is the same techniques you saw us do with lumbering? That we incorporated these things, but all of y'all can see the singing is simply to get them all coordinated so that when it's time to pull up on their poles and straighten out the tracks, they're all doing it in unison. So rather than saying, okay, fellas, heave ho on 3, 1, 2, 3, instead of doing that, they've come up with a more ingenious way of doing it. They all start getting themselves synchronized and they start tapping on the poles, and then they can pull at the same time because they're all in the same rhythm. That right there tell you we the only ones could have did that. Just that rhythm part tells you.
Oh, way down yonder in the fog of the branch, G-Bird whistling the buzzard dance.
Way down yonder in the corner of the branch, the jaybird whistle and the buzzard dance.
If you don't believe I'll mess up your home, write me a letter when your husband's gone.
If you don't believe I can mess up your home, Write me a letter when your husband's gone. The captain, Section Foreman J.B. Bradley, is right here measuring the track alignment, but a lot of the lyrics...
Uh-huh. Okay. I'll let that image speak for itself.
...mock the captain.
Oh, the captain can't read, he can't ride. How can you tell when the track's all right? He can't.
The captain can't read, he can't write. How he's going to tell if the track's all right. And...
Yeah, but...
Did y'all catch that? Okay.
The captain.
There's the captain. There's the captain now, and they sitting right there singing the song, which is what we've been doing since time immemorial. They sitting right there singing the song. Hey, the captain can't read, he can't write. How he gonna tell if the track's all right? When they would tell you that, well, the white folk need to tell you how to read and write. Actually, no, we did that. No. Yeah. They sitting there singing, the captain can't read, he can't write. How is he gonna tell? How is he gonna know? What are you talking about? He can't read, he can't write. He's straw bossing.
Section Foreman J.B. Bradley is right here measuring the track alignment, but a lot of the lyrics mock the captain.
Oh, the captain can't read, he can't ride. How can you tell when the track's all right? He can't.
The captain can't read, he can't write. How he's going to tell if the track's all right. And...
Yeah, if I know the captain was blind, I wouldn't start work till 9:30.
If I'd known the captain was blind, I wouldn't started work till 9:30. You can
see the captain over here is like, all right, I need the rest of y'all to do the real work. Let me tell you whether or not it's straight. Do you think that these men need him to tell them if it's straight? Do you all really think they need this man to tell them if the track is straight? You all think about that for a few moments. Y'all really think they need him? So is he really essential to telling them? Do they really need him over there to tell, oh, track straight now? Really?
Stand here and watch the curve of the track come true. But after enough trains take this curve, it'll need lining again. These are union men nowadays, members of the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way employees. But the poverty of the old-time section hand is remembered in the Gandy Dancer's song.
Well, what do you do when the meat give out? Stand in the corner with your mouth poked out.
What do you do when the meat give out? Stand in the corner with your mouth poked out. This curve is nearly lined now. The railroad has bought a new machine, and next time the curve needs lining, the machine will do the job.
Well, I don't know, but I believe I will get my job and go across that field.
I don't know, but I believe I will quit my job and go across that field. The Gandy Dancer's day is nearly done.
Yes.
Charles Carrault, CBS News, on the road in Movella, Mississippi.
Oh, lay my bar in the middle of the pack, ain't gonna lie to the captain bag, maybe my
I want y'all to know something here. As a young kid from Louisiana, I want you to understand that I'm proud when I see this kind of thing. I want you to understand I'm proud of that. I am proud of the men and the women. We're talking about the fellas out there in the real. I'm proud of the people who got down in there and did the real work and made it possible. You would not have a viable railroad industry if my people did not build it. You wouldn't have, it wouldn't have survived long enough for you to be able to build machines that could go straighten out the track if my people hadn't done it for over a century. Over a century. You wouldn't have it. And I'm proud of those men. I'm proud of those brothers. I'm proud of those fellas who were out there able to do that. I'd do it today if it was still available, just to be able to say I was out there. That's a rite of passage. I'd be proud to do that, and I'm proud of them to this very day, which is why I remember it. Now that you all know what I was talking about this Thursday. When I think I was talking to Agnes at the time. Where you at, Agnes? when I was talking about the Gandy dancers, only I didn't remember what their name was. It literally been decades. I had not seen this video probably in 25 years. It's been years, and I'm sorry, probably closer to 35. I have not seen this thing in literally decades. Decades. It was at least the early 90s, maybe the late 80s. And I remember it was on CBS Sunday Morning, so obviously I want to say this originally from the 1970s, so they would have been replaying it. But by the way, you all can go to YouTube and check it out. They've got other videos of other Gandy dancers. And you'll see the same thing. They got another one there. Let me see. Let me find that right quick. While I'm sitting here, let me give you all a very uncomfortable white supremacist interlude. Let me go find that right quick. Okay. Yeah, let me go get you all something else here. Let me find you some others here. Now, that one you just saw was from Mississippi. That was from Mississippi. Let me show you another one. Let me show you another one. This one is from Alabama. You can see that on your screen. So we got another one here, and this one's from Alabama. So I showed you one from Mississippi, and I showed you one from Alabama.
Me, my gal, and 2, 3 more going up the country. Don't you wanna go? Me, my girl, 2, 3 more.
This Gandy dancer crew near Mobile, Alabama may still be dancing a bit, but surely it is their last tango for the railroads. With continuous ribbon rails, the trains will no longer clickety-clack every 39 feet when they hit a man-made weld. Instead, they will just glide over a polished weld made by machine. And it no longer takes all day to put down a few hundred feet of rail. It is now brought into the rail yard in 39-foot sections, machine welded and polished and prefabbed before it is placed on the train in quarter-mile-long ribbons. 7 miles of track per train. The railroad men tell you this way is safer and more economical and better and quicker. But the lyrics to the Gandy Dancers song today, well, they just don't make you want to sing along.
You never would have gotten to a point where you would have a mature, industrialized railroad industry if my people had not built it and maintained it over the course of a century. Someone please tell me, where are the Asians? Where are the Irish? Where are the Italians? Show me a state where this is. Where is their video? Because people keep telling you about them, but when we go and take a look at the folk and say, show us the archival footage, all you see is black folk. You don't see anybody else. Now, how is it that if all these folk were joining us and we're doing all that, why is it we can't find nothing? Starts to sound more like that we all created hip hop, don't it? When you start looking at this stuff, doesn't this have the same familiar ring of, this kind of sounds familiar, like when y'all say we all created hip hop. I'm like, we know that's a damn lie. Well, it kind of starts sounding like that, doesn't it? Fair use, by the way, YouTube. Damn it. Fair use.
In 39-foot sections, machine welded and polished and prefabbed before it is placed on the train in quarter-mile-long ribbons. 7 miles of track per train. The railroad men tell you this way is safer and more economical and better and quicker. But the lyrics to the Gandy Dancers song today, well, they just don't make you want to sing along.
How do we know the track ain't right?
Did you hear that? Now remember, the one I played for you over here, those are Gandy dancers in Mississippi. Coming over here to Alabama, well, I'll be damned. Different crew. And yet, do you hear the song he's singing? We've heard this one before.
Damn chain right. How do we know the track ain't right?
What used to take common sense, a strong back, a keen eye, and a lot of sweat, now takes an engineering degree, and it still takes a lot of sweat.
Well, the old way, the rail was brought out here to the rail laying location in sticks of 39 feet in length. and just laid, each piece was laid separately. You had a joint every 39 feet. With this method, we'll have mile after mile of jointless track.
The new way is better and safer and stronger, but the old song is still a classic.
They send one lonely old, and y'all know this is the same thing they do. Every time it's the news crews show up, they send one little old white man out there. They got one little old white man out there so they can say, oh, by the way, it wasn't just black folk now. Yes, it was. Y'all sent him out there to try to give you all some cover for that, but no, that was just us. As soon as the cameras leave, he gonna put his coat back on and jump back in the truck and leave. The brothers gonna be out there straightening the track as they always have, because that's the only way you're gonna get it done right. By the way, that's the only way you're gonna get it done right. And I will remind you all that I am proud of their work, and I'm proud of what they've done, and I'm proud of what they've accomplished. That we did this in spite of slavery and in spite of Jim Crow, and now they want to try to rewrite the history and tell you that we were the illiterate ones and we didn't know anything and this, that, and the other, and we couldn't have figured this out ourselves. And they're literally passing down generation to generation a song talking about the captain can't read, he can't write. How he know if the track's all right? And you're seeing it from state to state. So that's telling you that's not a Mississippi thing. That's not an Alabama thing. That's not a Louisiana thing. That's a black thing. And they understood their place and understood where they were and understood their condition in the system. And I'm proud of the work that they've done. I'm proud I can look back on this. I'm proud I can speak on this. I'm proud I can show this to you. Those of you who are parents, I'm proud I can show this to you so that you can pass this on for yourselves. I'm proud of that. While I'm at it here, let me go ahead and see if I can post this up in the chat room too while I'm at it. Let me go ahead and give that to y'all here. That's the link there for Charles Kuralt. By the way, you can always go to YouTube and look it up as well, but show that to you there. There's the other link. So the first one is for Mississippi. The second one's for Alabama. You all can take a look at that, but you can always look up the Gandy dancers for yourselves. Very, very important in that regard. Very important there, because you see, if we don't remember our history, if we don't document it, everybody's going to jump up and tell you, oh, it never happened. Then once you show it, what you're going to do is put them in a position where they just got to say, okay, we don't give a damn if it happened. This is about white supremacy. That's all. I'm only looking for that part. I just want you to get to the part where you say, okay, damn what you talking about. This is about white supremacy. This is what we on. We doing this. Okay, you're good. You got it right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, we just gangstering our way through this. It's about white supremacy. This is what we doing. Yeah, we doing this right here. This is what we doing. Now you know exactly what you're up against. You want to know what this centuries-long effort has been over. You want to know what it's about. You want to know why that's happening. You want to know why they're doing it. You want to know what they're after, what they're really after. You want to know what they're trying to stop. What they're really trying to stop. I want to show you one more. I want to show you one more. And I want to show you something else. If you really want to have an excellent idea of what it is that's scaring them, why they're afraid, I want to show you a story. I want to tell y'all the story is going to start off one way. It's going to start off one way, and you're going to feel some kind of way about it, and I don't blame you. From the beginning, you're going to hear it. From Fox 5 in Atlanta, there was a fellow who needed his house worked on, and things didn't go quite the way we would have liked here. By the way, fair use again. Teaching you all something. This is a teaching moment. I want you to see exactly what this is about. This is something for you all to learn from. If you want to know what the problem really is and what they're really scared of, this is what they're afraid of.
Whose home burned to the ground. His contractor was paid to restore it, but he admitted he didn't. Well, a viewer couldn't live with that. Dana Fowle has an update that is nothing but good news. Dana.
It is good news, at least now, but it's been a long time coming, I'll tell you. Since March 2020, Robert Watts has been sleeping in his car with friends at their homes, showering at the Y. The mortgage company paid a contractor to rebuild his house, but it didn't happen. Well, today, it's quite frankly a little bit of a showpiece, and it's because of a Good Day Atlanta viewer.
One morning, I was up watching Fox 5 News.
Contractor Quincy Collins saw this story on Good Day Atlanta in 2022.
I told my wife that I just saw something that really touched my spirit. I think we should do something about it.
It was Robert Watts and his burned out shell of a home 2 years after a fire that displaced him. March 2020, just as the pandemic was kicking in, your house caught fire. So the house was destroyed. Mr. Watts' insurance company estimated at the time it would be more than $129,000 to rebuild his DeKalb County house. So he hired A Superior Contracting and Restoration to do the job. The contractor, Tavares Riley, never finished the job. The contract said it would be done July 31st, 2020. Why is he not able to live in this home?
Because we're not finished. Some things just happen.
What? Give me one thing that happened.
Just mishaps.
And that is...
Okay, so apparently this fella here went to the J. Morrison School of Property Development, and yeah, so basically, as you can see, he was supposed to do the house and probably tricked off the money and every damn thing else, so here we go.
As much clarity as we got. But in text, Mr. Riley to Mr. Watts wrote, "I'm going to make this right. It's my fault." He said he was going to get to the South Vale Drive house and start working. Mr. Watts says he never came back and describes to us what the last 4 years have been like for him.
It was crazy. Back and forth at friends' houses. Some days it came to the point where I slept in my vehicle.
When we told that story that morning in 2022, the Collins family was watching Good Day Atlanta, and they tracked down Mr. Watts on their own and made an offer with his son to help him rebuild. Why would you do such a thing?
Well, this is something that we tend to do on a yearly basis. Not to this extent. This is by far has been the largest project we've taken on.
But it was a bigger project than they thought it would be. They had to take down much of that drywall.
There was no insulation inspection. There was no roughing inspection. None of the mechanicals. We had to pull everything off to get those things inspected. And once we got those things inspected, there was a lot of things that was not to current code.
DeKalb County records back in 2020 showed some inspections had failed. And no records, according to a county spokesperson, showed that the first contractor ever got the job signed off on.
So as you can see, there was a whole lot going on there. And these fellas saw this on the news and they said, you know what can we do to go ahead and step in? What can we do to help with this? What can we do to remedy this? That's the kind of thing you want to see. It's the kind of thing you want to see, yeah, but there's something in particular going on here that if for a certain group of folk that they don't want to see. I want you to understand that. There's one thing in particular they don't want to have to see.
As far as they were concerned, it was incomplete. But look at it now.
Sit down, sleep good.
Feels like home and you sleep good. Bedrooms for the grandchildren, a beautiful kitchen for holiday meals, and a TV room for entertaining. Robert Watts insisted on telling us and Good Day viewers about the angels who came to rebuild his life.
I don't take all the credit for it. My son, his company, it was a collab amongst all of us. My other son is part of one of my managers in the organization. My general manager, Earl, he spent a lot of time with Mr. Watts. In the organization, my general manager, Earl, he spent a lot of time with Mr. Watts. My general manager, Earl.
1970s. You take a look on your screen. This was the 1970s. Let me go back and find him. There he is. This is the 1970s. This was 1980s. This is today. Do you understand what I'm showing you? This was the 1970s. This was the 1980s. And this is today. No. Some of y'all are sitting up here and some of y'all missing the damn. No. He works for them. This is Mr. Collins. This is his company. And this dude here works for him. For those of you who apparently didn't make the connection, I see some of y'all didn't make the connection. No. He works for Mr. Collins. Yeah, the white man, that's Earl. Yeah, but Earl works for Quincy. Okay, some folks in here, okay, so they'll catch up in a minute. He said that's his general manager. He works for him. Quincy Collins owned the company. White dude here is like, oh yeah, that's my general manager. Yeah, he works for us. Don't you understand that that's what it's all about? It is about preventing this day. It's always been about preventing this day. We've always been the ones doing it. There's always been a very thin sliver between us out here being ruled over and us ruling. This is what it has always been about. The idea that you're going to wake up one morning and it's a black man going to be telling you, okay, get on up now. We got some stuff to go take care of today. Here we go. It's always been about that. So if you want to know why it is that I've been telling you for decades now, they are ultra sensitive about even the most minute change in the racial hierarchy or the racial balance of power. They are sensitive to even the most minutest of changes. Because nightmares usually happen a little bit at a time and then suddenly all at once. And if you do not keep an absolute stranglehold in their minds, in the minds of these demons and these monsters, if you do not keep black people in abject terror and oppression and under absolute brutalization, if you let up for even the slightest instant, there are going to be one or two of them who are smart enough and capable enough, and when they get your boots off their neck, you'll never get it back on it. It simply will never happen. Once they get free, they gonna run rampage. They will outwork you and everything else. Some dummy in the chat room was talking about you give a Mexican 3 bricks. You give a Mexican 3 bricks, you know what you'll have? 3 bricks. Some of y'all need to quit that slave-minded stuff. You give a Mexican 3 bricks, he'll build a whole house. You give a Mexican 3 bricks, you're gonna have 3 bricks. Might have 2. Some of y'all are looking for somebody non-black to sit up here and kiss ass on. It's like, okay, then they feel lonely when they get around here. Ooh, baby, who that be right there? Clearly you've never had anything get built. And let's be very, very clear here. White folk don't talk about that. They don't talk like that. We sit up here and build that stuff. The white folk don't sit up here and talk about, by the way, you want it done right, the Negroes got to do it there. They'll whisper that. They don't go say that they're in public. He'll be sitting there messing up the whole damn thing. They'll make an Enron. They'll make a Global Crossing. They'll make an MCI. They'll run the company into the damn ground. They say, okay, well, this white folks got to run it. We can do it better. They will destroy the whole damn company and swear to you that they're the only ones who can do it. Yeah, you're the only ones who can run it. They're the only ones who can run it. When I was in New Orleans, was it year before last? When I had to go, I was going to go find Roland Martin. When I was going to find Roland Martin, I ain't caught up with him yet. But when I went down there, y'all, I got video. I have video of a construction crew that I guess they're doing the renovations down there on the Hilton across the street from the IHG. They're doing renovations on the Hilton. And I'm sitting here watching all the Latinos. There was one black male out there on the scaffold outside the building, all the Latinos out there. I got it on video. Young Latino kid is sitting there next to the black man. He's sitting up, the Latino kid is sitting up here. He's looking off the scaffolding. He's sitting there diddling on his cell phone. He bull jiving around. The brother was the only one working. He was the only one actually working. We sit up here and let that happen and whatnot, and you don't want to sit up here and start adopting those fallacies there. We've always done the work. We've always taken care of business. We've always handled that. And we will handle it again. This is why they got to handpick the Kamala Harrises and the James Clyburns, the folk who ain't gonna do nothing. They got to be placed in position. They've got to be handpicked and dropped into position. Because if they actually had to compete on a level playing field, they could never make it. So if they can't get a white person to lord over you, they'll go find some Negro and put them in position to do that, but it won't, as long as he doesn't have to earn it. As long as he doesn't have to actually earn it, then he can stay where they are. That's the way that works. If you want to know the reason for the verdict in Oklahoma, if you want to know what this is all about, this is about generational oppression. Because this is the only strategy white supremacy knows. We can't have a level playing field. No such thing as fair competition. We're not here to compete. We're here to rule. And please remember, they can lord over us and rule over us only as long as we allow that, as long as we accept it, as long as we say, oh, well, that's always been the idea. What we're doing right now, even what we're doing right here, right now, even the act of speaking against it, do you understand? They're trembling in their boots. You have over 4,000 black people in here live, and tens of thousands will be watching later. And you got us all together. We're not discussing tennis shoes. We're not discussing cell phones. We're not discussing rap lyrics. We're talking about white supremacy and liberation here. And we ain't joking. Don't you understand that that's a cataclysmic sea change? I want to remind you all of something. One of the largest proposed buildings, when it gets done, who knows, it might be the tallest building in America. They want to build that in Oklahoma. For those of you who have not been keeping up with the news, they want to build the tallest building in America. If when it gets done, it'll either be the tallest or second tallest. They want to build that in Oklahoma. Not New York, not LA, not Miami, Oklahoma. Now, why would someone want to come in and drop that monumental amount of money there? Why would you want to do that? Take a look at your black population in New York. Take a look at your black population in LA. Take a look at your black population in Atlanta. The Westin in downtown Atlanta, which is one of the tallest buildings in America, certainly the tallest restaurant in America. Why would you want to do that? Now you want to go to some places that you feel you got a more stable white population because you need to have some economic strongholds if you're going to drop that kind of investment. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're talking about we want to build it in Oklahoma. Now that doesn't seem to make any sense now, does it? That doesn't seem to make any sense until you take a look at the demographics and you realize, oh, this is going to be an economic stronghold here. You see, Atlanta is gone. Folks, they didn't build up Atlanta because they thought it was going to be a majority black city. They built up Atlanta because they thought they were going to gentrify black folk out of it. And they're still attempting to do so, but the plan has gone with some serious glitches and it ain't going to work. They're showing you we've fallen back. We're falling back. That's why they're splitting up Baton Rouge now. We've fallen back. They've seen, the lies you told yourself about black folk ain't smart enough to economically compete. You knew it was a lie the whole damn time. The moment that we have a chance to do so, that's a wrap. That's why they've been fighting so hard to deny us of capital. That's why the Negroes they do put in place, they make sure they're putting some narcissists and some egomaniacs who ain't sitting up here trying to do anything for anybody other than themselves. They are trying to make sure that we don't grab onto the idea of group economics, operative word group. They hate you because you're poor. They're able to victimize you because you're black. But they're able to victimize you easily when you can be singled out and you're by yourself. That makes life real easy. That makes life real simple when it's just you against them. Folks asking why Oklahoma. Take a look at the demographics. In the middle of the Midwest, take a look at the demographics. That's what I was saying. They took a look at the population. They want to build up some stuff that belongs to white folk and is going to be under their control and that they can safely keep you out. As you can see, that's an apartheid state. Folks, Oklahoma was a slave state. For those of you who don't understand, Oklahoma didn't stop having slaves until the Civil War. Oklahoma was a slave state. Everybody wants to try to convince you, oh, the Midwest, folks. There were only slave states and non-slave states. And Oklahoma was a slave state. Missouri was a slave state. Texas, slave state. Then as you move out west, you've got the de facto slave states. California was a de facto slave state because having slaves out there wasn't illegal. Nobody made you give up your slaves when you got there. So please understand, yes, when you talk about the Trail of Tears, they didn't choose Oklahoma for nothing. Please understand, for those of you who don't know your history, the entire point of the Trail of Tears was to clear out all the non-white people who were not slaves, clear all of them out. The whole point of displacing them to the Midwest at that time was that's why the majority of the American population today is between Memphis and the Eastern Seaboard. The majority of the American population is there today because that whole area was cleared out. Now, there were two reasons. Y'all about to learn some things here tonight. You're about to learn some things. For those of you who don't know geography, I want to make sure that you understand what it's about. They didn't do that for nothing. It was essential to clear out that area because once you get to the Rocky Mountains, you've run out of arable land. So you see, that's why most of the population is in between Tennessee, the Mississippi River, and the Eastern Seaboard. Once you go a little bit further west, the currents of the wind get knocked up against the Rocky Mountains. So you don't have as much arable, that is, you don't have as much usable farmland. Land is good for farming. You don't have that once you get into the Rockies. And once you get on the other side of the Rockies, so to the west and the east of the Rockies, that's why you have such low populations in those areas. It's always been that way because it's not really good land for farming. There's not much water. So if you don't have water and you can't grow food, obviously it's going to make it harder. When you have the Mississippi and east of the Mississippi, that's great land for farming, lots of water. Climate tends to hold up good. It's not a bunch of snow until you get in certain parts of the year. We can work around that. So that's why you have that. When you get to Oklahoma and them, once you start getting west to Oklahoma, it starts thinning out. So Oklahoma's about as far as you can go. Then it starts kind of thinning out when you get past that, and it doesn't get better till you get on the other side of the Rocky Mountains. That's why Oklahoma and that area has always been a bit of a battleground, because now you're reaching the end of the arable land. Don't believe me? Go take a look at it on the map. Go take a look at states like Wyoming. These places that have generally low populations compared to the other states. There's a reason why. And the places where they do have a population, they all get a crowd in one place because they don't have it like that. These were slave states. Oklahoma's history is slavery. That's why you got all these hardcore white supremacists making them laws in places like Oklahoma and Kansas. Kansas and Oklahoma. There's a reason for that. So the whole point of the Trail of Tears was to push these people to the edge of the arable land, to push them out as far as they could in order to clear all those states for the new European immigrants that they were bringing in. For those of you who didn't know, take a look at the Trail of Tears and then take a look when they started giving out all that land to the European, quote, so-called settlers. This was a geographic relocation to clear that land out. So if you wasn't a slave, you couldn't be here. And they pushed everybody west until you get to Oklahoma, and then you cleared out all those states in between. Everything from Louisiana and Arkansas east. So Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma, the Carolinas, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia. And by the way, you should take a look at the story of the Panhandle of Florida. We talked about the Panhandle of Oklahoma. By the way, there's also a similar story for the Panhandle of Florida. For those of you who didn't know, that was a dispute between different nations at that time when they were taking that together. But by the way, yeah, the folks in Florida like to refer to it as Southern Alabama because it really is. My folks in Florida know that's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing when they talk about the Panhandle and refer to it as Southern Alabama, but that's actually not really a joke. That's actually really factual. So if you all want to know about some homework for you, you can go look up the history of the Panhandle of Florida. There's a little bit of a geographic story you can look up there as well. But the whole point of the Trail of Tears was ethnic cleansing, clearing out the land. So you got a whole third of the continent that they pushed everybody else out of and said, okay, bring in every white person from every nook and cranny and corner of the earth you can find to bolster our numbers right up to the Oklahoma Panhandle. I told you all this story before, that whole little 35-mile stretch, that was a no man's land until they incorporated into Oklahoma, but not until they had plenty of white folk there who had already started squatting on the land. The white folk who were in the Oklahoma Panhandle were not there legally. They weren't there legally. They weren't residents of Texas, and they had gone in before the land was to even be given out. They were squatters on it. But then again, they were white. So Oklahoma, everybody talks about Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. Please, people, get this through your heads. While places like Louisiana have historically been the worst offenders, they are far from the only offenders. They may be the worst, but they're far from the only. So you'll be sitting there in Oklahoma and telling yourself you safe. You don't know nothing about the history of America, nothing about the history of the Midwest, nothing about Bass Reeves. These are hardcore white supremacist enclaves, and they have been for centuries. So no, you shouldn't be surprised that in Oklahoma they were dropping bombs a century ago. Within 40 years of 50 years in the chattel slavery, dropping bombs. And now you wake up a century later and they saying we standing on it. What they're saying is we did nothing wrong. We're upholding white supremacy. We did nothing wrong. We're honoring our fathers. I've taught you all this about the Constitution. When people tell you about lionizing George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, understand you can't lionize and celebrate those men without standing by what they did. You can't have those two things peacefully coexist. Well, you can't separate those two things. If you're going to defend one, you're going to have to take that together. You want to sit up here and talk about, oh, we're going to lionize them. Okay, you got to lionize the whole thing, because slavery was not simply a personal decision. Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and slavery was not simply a personal decision or an alternative economic lifestyle. Slavery was public policy. Capitalism is public policy, and slavery was public policy. These folks want to make you think that it was just some personal shortcoming or some personal sin this wasn't gambling. This was it would be different if these men were just something personal. That was public policy. So the registered white supremacists like the Tucker Carlsons and their ilk, when you defend them, there's a reason why these guys have a consistent record of defending that across the board. Because they're proud of it. They've never referred to it as bestial and animalistic. And the individuals who did it were bestial and animalistic. They are proud of it. They see it as a badge of honor and a mark of honor. Every time you turn around, these folks are talking about the value of what they do is blessed in blood. The tree of liberty being watered with the blood of tyrants and martyrs. Don't tread on me. They love telling you about how people dying validates what they did. They love telling you about that. Far as they're concerned, that's what legitimizes them, that they were willing to kill all these people, that they were willing to commit atrocities. That legitimizes them in the eyes of the Tucker Carlsons. That they wouldn't have been legitimate without it in his eyes, in the Fox News crowd. They're like, okay, you weren't willing to kill all these niggas? Okay, well, that legitimizes you. And by the way, the fellas who were sitting up there congratulating them today are the biggest cowards sitting in the damn room. By the way, they're the biggest cowards sitting in the room. Which is a consistent pathology when you think about it. They sit there in their black Ku Klux Klan robes, and then they sit up here and tell the children, okay, y'all are going to have to take care of this. We're going to pass the bill to you, as opposed to, you know what, it's our obligation to resolve this so it does not get passed on to the children. We need to grapple with this here. This is what's owed, because at least they would be able to control the rate of dissent. At least they would be able to control the rate of dissent, because it's going to come down. it's gonna come down. At least if they were doing this, they would be able to control how it comes down. At least they could do that. Instead, they're sitting up here having other people do that. Instead, they're sitting up here having other people do that. And it doesn't get any more cowardly than that. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the blackest radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. As always, you are welcome to join us. Just a brief reminder here to everyone here on tonight's program. We are talking about why they hate us. We're talking about Tulsa. We're putting it in its proper historical context. And I'd like to give a reminder here tonight. Please understand that if we don't tell these stories, it doesn't get told. If we don't put it into context, it doesn't get mentioned. Joy Reid is not on our side. Joy Reid is not with us. CNN is not with us. They ain't gonna get that done. Joy Reid is not going to speak against Kristen Clark because, you see, Joy Reid sees herself as immigrant first, female second, black fifth, sixth, or eighth. So, you see, she sees herself as a fellow traveler with Kristen Clark. So what she does is she'll get up here on TV and she's supposed to be the spokesperson to vent on our behalf and then tell you, but we ain't gonna do nothing. You see, when that attorney sat up there and put this at the feet of Joe Biden, Joy Reid is supposed to get back on that TV the very next night after that happened in Oklahoma City and sit up here and say, and where is the Biden administration in all of this? Now that's what Joy Reid is supposed to do. And she's supposed to get on that camera and say, where is the Biden administration? She's supposed to be putting them on the spot. But that's not what she's going to do. That's not what they're doing now. That's what happens when you try to appeal for these things through a media apparatus owned by other people. Everyone and their mama talks about what happened with Amber Geiger. What happened with Amber Geiger was because we stood together as a people and I did what I could to publicize that in the Dallas Metroplex, and next thing you know, down it goes. That's what happens when we put in the work ourselves. I'm going to send a challenge out to everybody here. I want you all to be listening. There's over 4,000 people in here live right now. There are over 4,000 people in here live right now, and the Oklahoma Supreme Court has openly declared war on all of us. Folks, if everybody in here right now simply contributes $40, everyone in here listening right now, less than your electric bill, we can surpass everything that we've done. Don't point to somebody else and say that's their job. Don't look at them and say they need to do that. We didn't make the progress we had by pointing the finger. This is up to you and me. So if you got somebody who's speaking for you, and by the way, this is the part that's important. Who in the hell is talking about the economics? The reason they're doing what they're doing in Tulsa is because they're terrified to death. You open this door and you're going to restore us to where we were. And once we get restored, we're going to show you what black excellence economically looks like. We showed you what it looks like in sports. We showed you what it looks like in entertainment. We showed you what it looks like in politics. Now we're going to show you what it looks like in economics. They're terrified to death of that being what it is, particularly from those who are the freedmen and the foundation. They're terrified of that because you're seeing it. We're going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines here. The number is 646-787-1933. 646-787-1933. I want to invite and implore all of you here to join us. Whether you're coming back from the rally for reparations, going into Juneteenth, wherever you are, wherever you may be, this is the struggle of our time. We talk about Malcolm X. We talk about the Black Panthers after him. We talk about the Nation of Islam after that. This is your struggle now. This is your fight today. Please understand me. We can retake what belongs to us. From Eatonville in Florida to Wilmington, North Carolina to Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, those belong to us. That's our birthright. And we're not going to keep letting folk put us in trick bags like Bruce's Beach in California. We are not going to allow that to keep going. This belongs to us. Let me get caller from area code 918. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Trey, and I'm calling from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
All right, Trey from Tulsa. What's on your mind?
Everything you said about this state and this city is spot on. Me and my son, we bike through Greenwood probably about once a week, every week. And every time I bike through there, I get more and more upset. So what they did, even if we wanted to build on Greenwood and improve it, they blocked it completely off. The south side of Greenwood, which is the dividing line between black and white, they built these high-priced condominiums. Now, they called them the Greenwood Plaza Suites. Can't remember the name. Overpriced. Now, on the west side of Greenwood, they've built an amateur baseball stadium, the Tulsa Drillers, right up to the buildings. If you're walking between the buildings on Greenwood, you're looking at an outfield, looking out west. Now, east, it's all underdeveloped, but the highway's not that far from it. And on the north side of Greenwood, of course, the highway goes right through the middle of it. Now, if you would go and like to check out the plaques of the stores and different businesses, they are, I'm killing you. I'm not even joking. They are postcard size, all black lettering. If you was, say, an older person who's having maybe back problems or knee problems, you won't be able to know what's going on. You will be walking on them yards before you even know what's going to be happening. Now, looking out over all Greenwood on the north side, which is the black side of town, you have OSU campus. On a hill, of course, all kind of land around it, fountains, trees, everything. On the other side of it is OETA, which is the Tulsa Public PBS for Tulsa. A lot of land around it, big trees, geese, and everything. They have Greenwood smashed into this tiny corner. And every time you look up, there's more construction going on around it. They're trying to overshadow it. It's disgraceful. And last year, they made, how they put out the little Monopoly games, like, Star Wars Monopoly, whatever Monopoly. They did a Tulsa-based Monopoly last year. They did not mention Greenwood. What they did was, for the colors, they did the Greenwood Cultural Center, which is just a building with, what they do. They commemorate, they show the pictures, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. The only other mention of Greenwood is one of the bank cards where you pay like $20 for parking on Reconciliation Drive. You owe the bank $20. That's what he did for Greenwood here. They're totally unrepentant. And then when you're talking about the economics of Oklahoma, I didn't even know about the skyscraper that you mentioned. That's the first time hearing about it. A skyscraper here, but it makes sense because what you do in Tulsa, they do this thing where it's called remote work, where they get people from like California, New York, Chicago, places where, the cost of living is high, because Tulsa cost of living is cheap. Oklahoma is all oil. They don't tell you this, but there's a ton of oil here, real cheap. But they get them from their salaries from where they live. They say, hey, you come to Tulsa, the houses are like half off. Something that would get you a couple of bedrooms in California, you're looking at a 5-6 with change in Tulsa. So they bring them over here. What does that do? Drive up the prices and everything. Gentrification here is spreading so fast It is so ridiculous. It's so obvious. And of course, now when you look down the street in north side of Tulsa, it's not black folks we just see no more. Everybody else is walking around. And every place that they build, it's not historically our places. It's these new places. They'll kick us out, repurpose it, bring in others, and it's just slowly pushing us further, further, and further out, just like they did in 1921 when they damn near ran to Turley, which is a suburb. It's like a black suburb of Tulsa. But, yeah, what you said about Oklahoma, I mean, some people call Oklahoma the Midwest, but really, we call it the Southwest because we got that cowboy heritage, you know. My family, we were the black cowboys, not me specifically, but, you know, we got ranches and stuff. We still go to the rodeos here. You cowboys is here for Oklahoma. That's it. That's us. So our heritage here goes back to, like with the Trail of Tears, we're the ones that tamed this. And, you know, everyone knows about the origin of the word cowboys. We weren't men enough to be called cowmen or cowhands. We were cowboys, but not everybody's a cowboy. Same story everywhere. So I'm glad that you did this post on, you know, those survivors from Tulsa because they're unrepentant. And they show us every day here that they have no remorse for one. They have no humanity. They just don't care.
Well, the thing is, if you allow them to do that long enough, it becomes an old wives' tale, or it becomes, you know, just an old folk legend. And then you have so many cowardly individuals, many from outside of our lineage, some from within it, then they'll tell you that never happened, or it wasn't that bad, right, or it wasn't that relevant, or what's the big deal. So, folks, that is why it is essential that we tell this, and we got to be on this. When I did my film Gentrified, you know, one of the things in particular that I made a point of is, you know, it's very, very easy for people to, you know, okay, well, Jason talked about this, and he talked about that, or he should have talked about this, or should have talked about that. And the real thing is, okay, we can have this from a high-level discussion, but the folks on the ground got to push that. The folks on the ground got to make an issue with that. The folks on the ground have to get together on that. You can't just put it on one or two people. We can galvanize this at a national level. We can help, you know, stir up interest. We can help galvanize interest. That's great. That's wonderful. But the reason why you have what's going on in California for reparations is California took the bull by the horns. They took it by the horns. They got galvanized on it. They started moving on it themselves. And that's why it's so essential in these places where that's occurred. That's why I bring up, you know, Tulsa, but not just Tulsa and Wilmington, because what you just described is exactly the same thing you see in Wilmington. That's exactly the same thing you see out there. They got a bunch of, you know, yuppie type things down there on the waterfront. And that's exactly what you're seeing in Charleston, South Carolina. You're seeing the same thing there. And that's exactly what you're seeing them pushing out in Atlanta doing. So these places where we've been talking about and been naming, yeah, it's almost like they're going down the list of the old black Wall Streets to wipe them out or to pave them over.
Systematically.
It's not an accident.
I agree. Systematically.
The people who did this, the people who started this, the people who began this is what they are still at work at it. What I'm glad about is that they're being so blatant, because otherwise it would have been ignored. If they weren't so damn blatant with this, nobody would be talking about it right now. So because they went so out of their way and so above and beyond, they have done the favor of at least raising the profile of this and making it very, very clear who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. And most importantly, that this is about race, not about politics.
For sure.
Not about Democrats, Republicans, not about liberals, conservatives. All the liberals and conservatives and Democrats and Republicans agreed, get them niggas. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. All of them were on the same page about that. No matter what their so-called political party affiliation, they were all on the same page. By the way, we can all agree on getting you black folk. Caller from area code 412. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. My name is Robert. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I just like to just say that power is not relinquished without a struggle. Sometimes the struggle can be literal and actually bloody. Brothers and sisters, open your eyes and see what's really happening We cannot take Jason Black's efforts for granted. He is truly important and a blessing to us as a people to keep us aware of what's going on. My donation will be forthcoming. In short, all of you FBAs, tethers, and whatever you want to classify yourself as a melanated person who have the nerve to be intimately involved with these devils will also have a day of reckoning. And when that lawyer was saying that he can go to his sister Chan to see what she has to say about it after she showed where she stands, that's like going to the devil and asking it to forgive you of your sins. Jason, keep up the work that you're doing, and your strength is only enhanced by us working with you and doing what you ask us to do. And I will be getting in contact with you. Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 251. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Vaughn, and I'm calling from Birmingham, and I'm loving the post. I began studying Black Wall Street because the more I studied it, it kind of made me cry a little bit. But I thought that a black preacher was the one that actually started the visionary, but the visionary actually, I learned his name was Ottawa Gurley, and he was already wealthy before he left Arkansas, and he got what was called the Oklahoma Land Run of 1889, where he was allowed to participate. So when he got to Oklahoma, he already had 100 businesses, and I posted online. Someone was like, "Why won't they go ahead and give them their money?" And I said, first of all, if they have to acknowledge it was a massacre, then they have to also go in. It opens up a can of worms because now they have to go into those businesses that were lost. And if you remember the movie Flower Moon, they skipped all over us. But if you remember, the year was 1920 something.
Right.
It really. I love Flower Moon, but it was a slap in the face at the same time. And so what I learned was that. And here's another quick tidbit. And I don't want to get off the subject, but Ottawa is an Aboriginal term for trade. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But when I learned that, and there's a video on YouTube, they took it off, but a lady, it was in 1970, and she said during the massacre, she said she could hear these black women pleading that they don't lynch their children. They took it off of YouTube now, but it really had me vexed. But I look at it from an educational standpoint now. But I just wanted to share that. Ottawa, Ottawa, Gurley, Gurley.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. And I want you all to be motivated. I want you to see what happened. I want you to see how we've been disrespected. I want you to see how they've desecrated our places. I want you to see how they burned down what our mothers and our fathers built. I want you to see how they mistreat the elders. I want you to see that they're the same animals today. And I want you to be angry and outraged about it. And then I want you to channel that and fuel that. I want you to be indignant. I want you to be broken from your slumber. I want you to be unable to sit still. I want you to be stir crazy. I want you to be motivated. I want you to be driven. And then I want you to take all of that energy and ball it up and then focus it. You have got to be shaken free from your slumber. You've got to be made wide awake, and you have got to run wild and let them know that it's a new day. Everywhere. Oklahoma is just one, but we're focusing on that right now because that's the one that's on the table. These folks are showing you how serious they are. See, here's where we mess up at. Do you understand that these people here, you got some white folk, they're upset because a judge, remember, for the young white man who was out there raping folk, and then the judge was like, oh, well, he just gave the kid probation. I say kid, he gave the young man probation, and they all got together to get him off the bench. They don't accept that. When they get an outcome they don't want, when they get an outcome that they don't like, they don't sit up here and let you say, okay, well, the judge did it right there. They don't accept that. Not at all. First thing they start doing, they start publicizing it. They start passing the hat. They start collecting money. They start getting mobilized. There's something to be said. You see, these people are highly proactive to protect white supremacy. Very proactive about it. He talked about Killers of the Flower Moon. That's really an in-depth story. You would really need a series of documentaries to really do justice by it. You would really need a documentary to do justice by it. But when it comes to our story in particular here, and to be totally honest with you, I actually recorded footage in those places. I actually recorded footage in those places. I actually did that. And I was thinking about what to do. And I was thinking about the Black Wall Streets, because if you're going to talk about socioeconomics, then how could you not talk about the Black Wall Street? And so I was looking at that, and I did want to do that, but I felt like I've just always felt like that's a more involved subject. And because of that, I decided it really, really would require its own separate investigation or its own separate project. I really felt that it would require that. That's the only reason I didn't do that, or that I didn't continue following up on it, because when you go to these places, when you go to Tulsa, Oklahoma, when you go to what used to be Seneca Village, when you go to Wilmington, when you go to those places, Rosewood, when you go there, you start finding out that, by the way, you kind of ended up in a rabbit hole here, and there's more to it. There's layer upon layer, especially out in Wilmington. Wilmington is still a battlefield. Wilmington is still a battle zone there. There's layers going on there. There really, really are. And to tell that whole story, you would have to be in depth about that. So that was the reason I was looking at that. But to be totally honest with you, I've always wanted to see about that as well. I would like for us to do that as well, because please understand, this is not just our history. Folks, this is not just our history. The whole point is for them to see how much they can get away with and how much will be ignored, so they can see how much they can continue doing it. They're not going to stop in these places. Take a look at the Turkey Leg Hut. Take a look at how they target us, even in places like Atlanta. Take a look at Baton Rouge. This is an ongoing campaign. This is not a one-time thing that's going to be hit and go away. This is a one-time campaign. I would like to go further into that. I know I shouldn't put my ideas out there, because next thing you know, folks copycat my ideas. But I don't think anybody can do it the way I could. I would like to see about that. I would like to see us do a project about the Black Wall Streets, and to put them in their proper historical context with footage on the ground. And in all honesty, I would like to at least have an attorney for it. Like I say, if we actually had a codified, organized legal community, this would have been taken care of. But I would like to have us do something for that, because that's for the ages. How do you inspire the children if they can't see what you've done? I would definitely like to do a project about the Black Wall Streets. I would definitely like to put that in its proper context, because everybody's going crazy about Killers of the Flower Moon, but we got a story that dwarfs all of that. Our story dwarfs all of that. Killers of the Flower Moon was about murdering a few females, and that's not to say that they were inconsequential. Our stories is about massacres of whole towns, bombings and explosions, things you don't see anywhere else. Stuff that sounds like some sort of disaster movie, some sort of big budget disaster movie. It's like, no, this is what we lived. This has been our experience. This is what we're still going through today. You all let me know about that. You know what? You all, maybe I'll check into that. Let me get caller from area code 215. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Trinessa from Philadelphia.
All right, Trinessa from Philadelphia. What's on your mind?
Yes, hi. I just wanted to bring up, I first found out about the whole Tulsa thing maybe almost 12 years ago. And, you know, when we look at the fact that they say it was 300 people, and a lot of the people who grew up in Tulsa, they never knew about what was going on, even when they were in school. Nobody talked about it. Everybody kept it quiet. And then all of a sudden they said, oh, it was 300 people that were murdered. When you look at what happened, there were 30 blocks of where Black people lived, where people went and they went with their kids and their guns, and they shot everything walking, everything running, everything moving. They burnt their houses, lit matches. And then when the people started running, whether it was a little baby or all the way to an elderly Black person, they shot it dead. They shot that individual dead. And so then they said, oh, it was 200 people. You take any of our communities throughout the United States and take 30 blocks and have everything shot up and tell me if it's only 300 people. And then they were talking about, oh, there's mass graves and that there's different locations where they think that they can uncover the bodies. But they said, oh, we won't do it because of the Spanish flu. And because of 1918, whenever the Spanish flu occurred, because of that time frame, we can't do it because there may be diseases that we will uncover. And so therefore they use that as a reason to not really tell us the real number of people that were killed. And so then you watch how they made all this money, and how when Biden went and they gave they spoke for the 100th anniversary, and he said it wasn't United States planes that dropped those bombs. It was our government that was complicit in this. Because if they didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't have happened. And the egregious thing that happened to all of those people afterwards, for year after year after year after year, and nobody stepped in. And then we say, okay, there's 3 survivors. Now there's 2 survivors. There are thousands of survivors. Because if it were my grandmother and it affected my mother, I'm a survivor of that. And
well,
so
that's been the rule that they always
like,
used after Nazi Germany. For Jewish people, they always read that rule. That was the rule then. Now we're saying it for us, and all of a sudden they say, oh, rule change. Well, how does that happen? We're white and we say so. Now all of a sudden it's a rule change. I'll let you have the last word.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. And then what they do is they turn around and they keep changing the rules. And what they do is they say, whenever it happens to our people, they can call out every egregious thing that has occurred. And they say, oh, this happened to Black people. Oh, this happened to Black. They can even use it to get elected. But if you ever say, what can you do to make this right? Then there's silence. If you watch Kamala Harris, you watch Biden, they talk about, oh, this happened to Black people. Oh, this happened to Black people. Oh, and this. And they can tell you about every riot almost. But when you say, what do we do to fix this situation? And the descendants of these people, silence.
Remember, that's always been the problem. They have no problem. This is the trick bag we got put into. America has always acknowledged its racist behavior. It usually was proud of it. In more recent years, they tried to be a little more bashful about it. They have always acknowledged their racist behavior, always acknowledged what they've done wrong. The only stumbling block comes in, we say, okay, now what's going to be done about it, that's when you start getting the resistance. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. That's when folks start playing dumb. That's when folks start playing stupid. That's when folks get hard of hearing. And when you pin them down, that's when they say, well, hell, we don't need to do nothing about it. Y'all need to link up with Latinos and, just make do about it. Barack Obama. Well, it takes a long time to change things. So sometimes things don't change because it takes so long. But, vote for me and my buddies next time. Well, yeah, it's not Barack Obama's lineage or history. It's none of his ancestors. Do y'all understand that nobody on either side of Barack Obama's bloodline dealt with chattel slavery? He is completely divorced. We are talking about people in our family or ourselves. We're talking about things we've experienced. He is completely divorced from that. He doesn't know anything about it. No wonder he's so forgiving and it ain't an issue for him. No wonder white folks can call him a mutt and he's sitting there smiling and joking about it because it doesn't have the context for him that it does for us. He thinks it's funny. Nobody was brutalizing them. He wasn't subjected to those terms and the consequences of them. So that's why seeing us go through it, he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's entertaining. He's like, what's the big deal? Caller America code 347. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Anthony from Brooklyn. Peace to the Black Authority and peace to the Black media experience. It's funny you mentioned Barack Obama, Jason. Charles Ogletree, professor, Harvard University, he taught Michelle and Barack. In 2002, he spoke at an event in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And survivors at that time, I think there was still 100 plus, attended the event, their families, and some of their, not just supporters, but their people that were representing them trying to get their case heard. And they appealed to him to take the case. And I don't remember what year it was, but he took the case. And him being Barack's former professor, they felt pretty good about getting something done for the survivors of the Tulsa riot. Well, in Barack's first administration, when it was put before him, he flat out turned them down and said, no, they're not going to get any compensation. But he didn't just do that. In his second administration, he turned them down. But he not only did that, in Barack's first administration and his second administration, he approved payments to the survivors of the Holocaust. And for everybody who tried to say, Barack could have did more because he was this and he was that, but the Republicans they wouldn't give him no support. Let me tell you something. This didn't require none of that. As Brother Alton Maddox told you, he said when Barack made those two moves right there, he told you exactly who he was. And he ain't us. So everybody, with the Barack stuff, missed me with all of that. Part of what you mentioned tonight, you mentioned the word war of annihilation. And war of annihilation is absolutely right. But the other part of that is, see, the white supremacists believe that they can wait us out. So that's what Tulsa, part of that is what Tulsa is about. We see it here in New York also, and throughout the country you see it. Anything that you build financially, or anything that has any moderate degree of success, they are going to go to war against it until they destroy it. And then when they destroy it, they're going to rewrite history, and they're going to present it a different way. And if you don't have somebody who's a keeper of the history, it's going to all get convoluted and forgotten about. Some of the most expensive property here in New York, right across the street from the Apollo Theater, a financial success at one time. Mart 125 has been closed for damn near 30 years because it started thriving after the Sutton family repurposed the Apollo Theater, and that thoroughway became a model of black support. You saw black progress. You saw not just black support. You saw black on black business. I got so much I want to say, man. I don't want to.
Definitely. They thought they could wait this out. These elders sat up here and outlived a bunch of them and got us to this point. Now they're no longer trying to wait us out since that's not going to work. At this point now, they're just stalling for time. Jason's stalling for time for what? one more day. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. They're just stalling for time now. There is no strategy at work here except stall for time. Stall for time. We can't wait them out. It's a century later and they're banging on the doors. Don't you understand? Folks, do you understand this? We're banging on the doors a century later. The Palestinians ain't been doing this as long as we have. We're banging on the door a century later. Don't you understand? These people ain't going away. If we're banging on their door after 100 years, don't you know they get the point? Oh, y'all aren't going away. Y'all are serious. You're really not going to let this go. Do you understand the message that we've sent to them? That after a century, we still out here. We're not going nowhere. They're like, but it's been 100 years. Ain't y'all letting? No, we ain't letting the damn thing go. I thought it was, I thought y'all was singing a different song. Hell no, you know the nursery rhyme. Grab the devil by his toe. If he hollers, hurt him mo. I thought it was catch a tiger by the toe. No, it's catch the devil by his toe. Caller from area code 216. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Mr. Jason. My name is Donna, and I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hello, Donna from Cleveland. What's on your mind?
Yes. I just want you to know I'm a grassroots activist here in Cleveland, and I have been helping my people. I work in the soil. I'll be working in the soil forever and a day because I'm about my people. Now, I just got back home from Tulsa, Oklahoma, yesterday. I spent some time down there because I met some family that I was out of contact with for a very long time. And I'm saying all this because I'm a chronicled direct descendant of Tulsa. And I realized some things while I was there. See, first of all, let me just say this. I was outraged when I found out that this lawyer was filing this suit under a nuisance, which is open-ended. A nuisance, out of all the tools in the toolbox, you're going to file this major event, this massacre, under a nuisance. We'll get to that later. But I'm coming after them. Being the activist that I am, I'm coming after them with both guns out. And they're not even going to see me coming. And see, sometimes you have to do things different than what's already in place because there's a lot of sellout lawyers. Do you get where I'm coming from? There's a lot of people that do things on the economic development end.
Okay, well, let me find out. Let me find out a couple of things here. How old are you?
74.
Okay, congratulations. She's 74 years old. Are you an attorney, ma'am?
Thank you. I'm getting a major top-flight civil rights attorney involved, so that's going to help me with this.
Okay, so you're not an attorney.
No, I'm not.
Okay, and you don't have an attorney who's involved, but you're working on it.
That's right.
Okay.
Got to start somewhere.
Right. Okay. Well, that's my thing right there. I don't know if I know you, so I can only take you at face value here. But here's my point.
I just got back.
Well, learn something here now. Here's my point here. I don't denigrate what the man is doing because we've already seen a situation with a bunch of folk out there who ain't doing nothing. The man's not stupid. Right. The man's not stupid either. He didn't choose that nuisance thing out of nowhere. That isn't why he did that. So I don't like the idea of characterizing that as something it's not. He didn't choose that out of nowhere. That isn't what he did. He did that for a reason. Now, the next thing is, by the way, tell me what other thing you think that they could file it under that would have better results. that would have any different outcome, because what you're saying is implying that somehow that wasn't sufficient and that was the problem, as opposed to it doesn't matter what you say, you're up against a white supremacist court to begin with, and the outcome is no matter what you say, the outcome is going to be no. So if you didn't like the nuisance thing, then all I really want to know, just tell me, what do you think it should have been?
Well, had it been me, something to look into. It could have been filed maybe under the Section 1983 clause. You mentioned earlier about the statute of limitations. Okay, there is no statute of limitations.
I didn't say, ma'am, you're misremembering somebody you must have been talking to before me. I did not say the word statute of limitations, ma'am. I didn't say that. So,
I thought earlier.
You're remembering you're remembering a different conversation. That term statute of limitations has not been said. So.
Okay. Well, in this case, it wouldn't apply. But now there was land theft and property and murder involved with the Tulsa Massacre, and therefore the statute of limitation doesn't apply when you murder somebody, correct?
Well, for certain crimes, it doesn't apply, but
correct?
if it depends on whether you're going for a criminal case or a civil one.
Right.
Now, you can't file criminal charges. Only the government in the United States can do that. So that's kind of off the table for individuals. So what else would you have?
Well, if you, I'm going to look for an attorney that's experienced in the 1983 Section 83 statute.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
definitely
somebody that specializes in that. And another thing, I noticed that the people, you were absolutely correct. The folks on the ground is important, and the descendants are important. You know, the folks on the ground and the descendants, they need to be coming together more. I noticed that when I was in Tulsa. They need to unite. They need to get their heads together. You mentioned, put together a law effort.
Well, I mean, certainly, my point about it, though, is that certainly that has been done. Here's the thing I would like to focus on more than anything else, though. I would like to focus on much more than just, like I say, in your case here, I'm going to be diplomatic about this. I'm not going to denigrate the lawyer who's working on this because they've been at this for a while. They chose nuisance. I mean, you might not like that word, but then again, words mean things. And in Oklahoma law, that particular statute actually means something. So what they were filing under was an ongoing nuisance, was what they were going under. And that's because they were filing for, you don't really have a reparations law. There is no law in Oklahoma that really gives reparations. So what you're doing is using this statute as a basis for that because that's what law is for. So he wasn't doing that out of nowhere. He wasn't doing that to say this was a public nuisance and we were annoyed. That wasn't what he was filing that for. Now, some people would want to make arguments about wrongful death and things like that. And there is a place for that as well, but that's not what he was filing this for. Remember, you have to have certain things to be able to file that other stuff. If you're going to file wrongful death, for example, you're going to have a specific person. Now, in this case, they can't hold accountable specific people because the folks are dead and gone. So wrongful death, that's going to be hard to justify under those circumstances because who's the person? He's filing this as a nuisance. This allows him to hold the government accountable. Well, that one will actually hold water And we know that it does because they didn't even attempt to try to explain why they dismissed it. That's how we know that he found the right one. When they dismissed it, they didn't even give a sham explanation of why they were dismissing it. They just said, oh, well, we ain't even commenting on this, dismissed. That tells you that as far as substantiation, he found the right one. So that particular lawsuit, so far, he struck me as being very competent. When you walk into a courtroom and they don't even bother to explain what they're doing, that he stopped them so cold they couldn't even give an explanation.
Well, let me ask you.
That's a good. That's a sign of a good attorney.
What would you use?
Legal as far as the law is concerned, there's two of them you use in this case right here. Right now, the one that he was talking about, he started in the right direction, and he can do something. I can do something that he can't do. You have to understand, if you're going to try to take this to the federal government, the Justice Department, you probably don't want to talk to him exactly the way Jason Black would, because Kristen Clark Kristen Clark knows who I am. Kristen Clark, on Twitter for a long time, Kristen knows who I am. She is in no way ignorant about Jason Black. She knows exactly who I am. If you want them to go talk to her, she knows who I am. James Clyburn knows exactly who I am, and Kristen Clark knows even better. And Kristen knows I've been a long-time critic and been critical of her for a long time. She was talking good when Obama was in office and talking about all this stuff here, and everything was great and fine. As soon as she actually got an office in the government, all of a sudden, here came the real thing. And I was on her ass from day one. I'm like, okay, all that talking you did for the previous decade when Obama was in office, now you can make good on it. And what she showed was, oh yeah, I'm the newest ass kisser. So didn't let her off the hook on that at all. So if you're going to be dealing with her, I can't guarantee you that that's going to be the best thing. And no lawyer is going to talk to a judge the way Jason Black would. That would be suicidal. So I can do things they can't.
Can I talk about it?
Okay, well, slow down.
Can I talk about hiring you?
Well, I can do things in that regard that they cannot do. Jason, things like what? I was the guy got the billboards in Atlanta. Bye-bye Keisha Bottom B. I was the guy got the billboards in New York. Bye-bye Governor Cuomo. I'm the guy got the billboards in Chicago. Bye-bye Drunk Uncle Lightfoot. I was the guy got the billboards in Dallas. By Amber Geiger. So what I'm saying is those are things an attorney cannot do. And he'd be crazy if he did. That's called influencing the court or influencing witnesses or tampering. So I can do things in that regard they can't do. Joy Reid could do it, but Joy Reid won't do it. Joy Reid and MSNBC could speak on this, and that would really put a spotlight on the Biden administration, which is really the next thing you need to have happen. Remember, the McMichaels got indicted by the state of Georgia, but it was Kristen Clark who was trying to figure out a way to get them off until we let her know, hey, we watching you, heifer. And then all of a sudden she says, oh, let me back off of that. So she was trying to get them off on the federal level and let them off easy. And we let her know, oh, no, we see what you're doing. Those are things that an attorney can't do or isn't able to do because they don't operate in that way. And the ones who try, if they're not skilled enough, it doesn't work out for them. That's what we're supposed to do. We're the media folk. That's what we're supposed to do as far as putting pressure on people. And putting pressure on them means letting them know we see that. The problem with Tulsa right now is we see you. And the biggest thing we could do is do what we're doing right now and let everybody know, hey, this is the issue right here. Bowling Ball Martin can't argue his way around this. Joy Reid can't tell us vote for Biden and forget about Tulsa. Now you've dropped this gigantic cinder block in front of us. Yeah, you can't tell us vote for Biden now. Well, give him a pass for Tulsa. No. No, it doesn't work that way. Why should we vote for him? We're going to get the same thing regardless. We voted for him and he ignored it. So is Trump going to ignore it more? Well, Trump will ignore it more than Biden. Okay, well, that's not, that dog ain't going to hunt. So those are the things that if you're active at the grassroots level, those are the things you do. As far as the case is concerned, they've gone as far as they can go with it in that regard, which is what we wanted. Now you've made it an issue. This is a battle for hearts and minds. you're going to have the bowling ball Roland Martin audience who's going to tell you it don't matter what Biden hasn't done. He's going to give us something for Medicaid. And our job is to say, damn Medicaid. What about Tulsa? Now, that's what we're supposed to be doing. That's a different thing in that regard. But definitely, if you want to have something ancillary to that or supplemental to that in that area, certainly you would do that. I would suggest you coordinate with people. But if that's something you want to do in the meantime, you can do that. But to be totally honest, the young man I don't see any problems with what he's done so far. That's why I have been critical of him. I know why he said about Kristen Clark. Obviously, if you're going to be looking to them for help, you're not going to be as critical of them as I've been, even though I think it's a fool's errand. But he's doing the right thing by not being antagonistic in that regard, because he's got to pull every lever that he can. Our job is to make it clear that we see what's going on, because that's how you pressure them from the other end, is to say, we know this hoe is bogus. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. That's our job. And by the way, we're damn good at it. And if you don't believe it, take a look at Biden's numbers. Caller from area code 317. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This Larry calling from Indianapolis, Indiana. How you doing, Jason?
All right, Larry from Indianapolis. What's on your mind?
You know that they rebuilt Tulsa 2 years later. That's when they call it Black Wall Street. You know what destroyed black business here in America? The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and desegregation, led by Martin Luther King. You need to
Let me find out here, Larry, what trailer park are you calling me from?
I'm calling from my home here in Indianapolis, and I think that you're
okay. I just wanted to find out what trailer. I wanted to find out what trailer park you were calling me from. So your home is in a trailer park.
The Civil Rights
Can you tell us which trailer park in Indianapolis? Can you tell us which trailer park in Indianapolis you are, or are you calling me from the porta potty at the Indianapolis 500 racetrack? Are you calling me from the porta potty there, or? Is your home one of the porta potties at the Indianapolis? Is it there? Is it there, Larry? Is that where your home is? Buddy. You're scared.
No, you're
and I don't blame you for being scared. I don't blame you. Okay, calm down here. Get the mayonnaise back here, Larry. Get the mayonnaise back here. I know you're very triggered. You've been rubbing on your sister's rear end for the last couple of hours here, so you're all hot and bothered. So, you've been stroking the hairs on her chinny chin chin. I understand that. And, you've been parking your Bud Light on top of your cable spool in the middle of the living room there, in the middle of the trailer. I get it. So, we understand. I know you're very triggered about this. You hear what's going on. Why y'all got that Oklahoma? Understand, this is the think tank. This is the think tank that's very, very worried about that. I don't blame him. He's like, hey, he feels the walls coming in. Can Ray write some history for you here? Sir, when the Gandy dancers were singing about the fellow who can't read nor write, they were talking about you. They were talking about you. He hung up the phone, but by the way, they were talking about you. When the Gandy dancers were singing about the Captain can't read or write, they were talking about you. He's very upset and very unhappy. Y'all understand something. When they see us get united, take a look at that there. All we're doing is minding our business. We're over here talking about this. We're not going through the white corporate media apparatus. And they are scared. They're like, hey, because they know what I'm saying is true. You've been at this for a century now. You all are on the Oklahoma Supreme Court's ass about this. You're not letting it go. Hey, ain't no big issue going on there. Don't you know? Hey, Larry, don't you know we ain't letting it go? Don't you know that we're not going to stop? Of course you do. That's why you're worried. That's why you're calling us from the public restroom outside the Indianapolis 500. That's why you're calling us with your dirty overalls, while he's sitting up here trying to adjust the aluminum foil antennas on top of his RCA Tube Master. He's very upset. He's very unhappy. Black folk aren't supposed to be talking like this. We're not supposed to be together in a group and talking like this. He's like, wait a minute, y'all sound like y'all strategizing. We said no. Aren't you supposed to do what you've always done and pack up and go home? Y'all ain't talking like that. The other thing is, he's not accustomed to the idea that we're not sitting around waiting for a white man to come and tell us what to think. He figured that this is like the old civil rights generation. He show up, well, hey, look here now. Don't y'all know this? And we shut him down, dude. We don't take instructions from our inferiors. We only listen to our equals. All others we teach or ignore. Hey, this is Larry from Indianapolis here. Aren't you supposed to be tracking down some meth tonight, Larry? Larry, ain't you supposed to be trying to find your connect tonight? It's late out there, isn't it? It's late. Your sister is in the bathroom right now brushing her good tooth. Your dog is sitting on the couch. What's left of it? Them springs are poking you in the ass. Aren't you supposed to be busy tonight doing something semi-constructive, at least what's passive for constructive for you? Aren't you supposed to be doing that? Shouldn't you be pouring a tall, cool one into one of those mason jars you drink out of? Shouldn't he be pouring some of that rot gut natural ice into one of those mason jars? Shouldn't you be doing that? Don't you worry about what we got going on over here. You stay over there, find the local meth dealer. He's probably running around Indianapolis right now trying to find a payphone because his cell phone service on that old Nokia flip phone does not work. So he's probably driving around right now trying to find the last working payphone in Indianapolis. See if we can get somebody to come over. While he eats his 2-week-old pizza that's been left on top of the counters, there'll be something to help you there. Shouldn't you and your sister be getting together and shaving each other's backs? What? Just saying. Maybe we'll take a collection so they can get some razors so him and his sister can shave each other's backs, you know. Get that squared away. Call America 540. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Charles from Loudoun County.
Okay, Charles from Loudoun County. And where is Loudoun County, sir?
Northern Virginia.
Okay, Charles from Loudoun County. Can you narrow down Loudoun County a little bit further, Charles?
Sorry, yes, Hillsborough.
All right, Charles from Hillsborough. What's on your mind?
I want to chime on the reparations conversation. Work in a predominantly white field of radiology. And I do notice that they are shocked when we do show up in spaces. They do their best to keep us out.
Very true.
When we do achieve any type of economic security, they do get very concerned, and they are threatened by that, because when I often open my pay stubs, I talk about my family or my family structure, they're often very curious and they're very nosy, and they often feel entitled to know every single thing about your life, and they'll try to peer over when you open your bank account on your app. And I often notice this a lot. And they'll try to look up your address. It's just very...
they want to be in your business. They want to know what you're doing with it. They want to know what you drive. They want to know what you get. As I said, monitoring where you are is the metric by which they measure whether whiteness is still working. If they see you in a destitute position as far as they're concerned, whiteness is still working. If you are not suffering, whiteness is not working anymore. And now we need to go change it up.
Definitely, for sure. And a lot of my family, they're middle class backgrounds, and we've often shared the same experience. I know my family, a lot of them have white sounding names, and they're often shocked when a black person shows up for an interview. So, definitely.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, they stay in your business. Let me get a caller from area code 415. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Raven from Grand Rapids.
Okay, take your phone off the speaker, whoever you are. I'll give you 5 seconds here to go ahead and do that. But if you're on speaker or Bluetooth or some other wireless device, it's reverberating on you badly. So let me try that again. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, sir. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, so what I wanted to say was the reason why I'm disappointed but not surprised, because if they acknowledge that the descendants of Tulsa had the right for reparations, they would then have to acknowledge that ADOS itself as a whole has the right to reparations.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's the whole point is that they understand what that is. You open this door right here and it opens a broader discussion. The real thing is for judicial judgments. Once you've done slow down. Once you
a white person who claimed to believe in Jesus, and that this is the
okay. Well, folks here, for some reason he's not hearing me or something here. Let me go ahead and explain to you here that when they sit up there and do things like that, what happens is you create case law. So the whole thing is about getting them to create case law for it. You're starting to see it form in various places, and the real thing is what makes this so great in Oklahoma is these folks would tell you, oh, that's just a crazy California thing. You're looking up all over America, and people are now hitting it on multiple fronts. People, we didn't get to Brown versus Board of Education in 1 year. We didn't get to the Civil Rights Act in 1 year. We didn't get to any of these things in 1 year. We didn't get to any of this stuff the first time around. We got to it by outlasting everybody else. That's how we got to it. We got to it by outlasting everybody else. That's why the most important weapon we can use to show them we're not going anywhere. We're not taking no for an answer, and we're not backing down. Caller from area code 630. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. It's Nick from Chicago by way of Houston.
All right, Nick from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so you were talking about the tower that they plan to build, one of the largest or the tallest tower in the U.S. in Oklahoma. So something my sister told me, because she finds out a lot of programs and everything like that, just about 2 weeks ago, they have something called Tulsa Remote. That's where they give out people grants for about $10,000 per year. If you have an online remote from work job, you can either get it in a lump sum or you can get it monthly.
Right. The previous caller there from Tulsa was talking about that.
Yeah. So they got a whole bunch of programs to make that a stronghold throughout the entire state, and that's just one of them to do that. So I'm here to confirm the previous caller and what you said earlier, that they're trying to shore up, because just looking at their median income and everything like that, they got programs that support them from a third to half of what a person's median income is on top of what they would already make. So they're trying to shore that up, cover up everything that was done, and then claim we built it, immigrants built it, or something.
Yeah, I mean, and these will be the same folk who will turn around later and tell you, oh, we can't give folk free money and you looking for handouts and this, that, and the other. These will be the same folk telling you that. Meanwhile, this is what they're doing. It's a sham. It's a scam. It is only a problem when you show up. These folks are supporting each other. They're giving money here. They're giving subsidies. The government is helping in on it. They're economically supporting it to this day. This is like a Settlers Act. They're still doing it to this day. Still doing it.
I just kind of call out what they do to us. Everything that they will say a term to us, I'm like, hey, look, Elon Musk is welfare king. I was like, man, this man gets welfare. Man, people will get offended until I just keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. And then they say, well, it's not. And I was like, oh, so that means we don't get welfare either when we get something that we deserve to get. Because if you're going to get something, hey, Elon Musk is getting a government handout. Just use the exact same talking points they use every time they're trying to do that. I don't acknowledge anything that they're saying. Oh, black on black crime. I go straight to, oh, so what happened with this school shooting? This thing there, it stops the people. And now the conversations are starting to reverse. Instead of just going into a spitball back and forth or the defensive thing, the best way I've seen to get them to stop rewriting things and to stop having the narrative controlled is to just not acknowledge what they say, like they're trying to do with the Democratic Party. Oh, just don't, acknowledge it, but don't promise them anything. Okay, let's just try the same thing in reverse. Not acknowledge what they say and then push the points that we have, and they're just going to bow down. So I completely agree. This check is going to get cut. That bill is going up higher. Some say 30 trillion. Some say 60 trillion. I don't care. Those are starting numbers anyway. They are running this up with interest and inflation.
When you got to sit up here and bury folk to this day, it's like, oh, no. No, we can't let that slide at all, period. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. It's serious business, and it's only going to get more serious while we're keeping up with that. It's only going to get more serious while we're keeping up with it. Somebody just put us over 40 here on the crowdfunding. So thank you very much for that as well. I'm not sure who did that, but thank you very much for going ahead and doing that there. They went ahead and put us over 40 for that. We appreciate that. I want to see us blow all that out the water because y'all going to see me act a donkey when I go at it for it this time. We're not playing any games. It's an election year, and yes, I want to be a thorn in their damn sides. It's about economics. It's about Tulsa. And right now, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, oh, no. You ain't helping with anything in that regard. We don't owe you nothing. You owe us. Caller from area code 840. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Quinlan, LA. All
right, Quinlan from LA. What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm so proud of you, man. I've been to Tulsa, Oklahoma in the 80s. My grandma, I have family out there. My grandma drove us out there. It's like 24-hour drive. And we end up going out there and buying a property. And do you know that we bought it off the Indians, the Indian tribe out there? I got property that I don't even own. It's a 99-year lease.
So you're saying that the Indians made you a Indians made you a 99-year lease on the land, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and you can't. It's like, what are they doing? Waiting for us to die?
Well, no.
Right,
what they're saying, what they're saying is that if because I'm not sure where you would have bought that at, if it was on a reservation or something. But what they're saying is that you can't own the land there. That's what they're saying.
Oh.
99-year leases. 99-year leases are actually rather common, though usually you see that in business. But there are certain countries around the world. I talked about this before. United Arab Emirates. In New York City, the original World Trade Towers, Silverstein, he had a 99-year lease on that land. He had a 99-year lease for the buildings and whatnot with the Port Authority and all that. That was the deal he had, was a 99-year lease. Hong Kong, I want to say, was a 99-year or 100-year agreement before it reverted back from the British to the Chinese. So 99-year leases are actually a rather common thing. Usually we see it in commercial transactions or in nation states. So usually that's where we see it. So if you were getting like land on a reservation, maybe they're doing a lease. Basically, you're renting it for the next 99 years. So they get all the financial benefit without having to risk giving up any control. So the onus is all on you.
Pay for it.
Yeah, the onus is all on you. If you pay, they're good. And if you don't pay, they haven't been injured because they're going to own the land no matter what. So if you don't pay, they just go make another deal with somebody else. But yeah, that kind of stuff right there. I'm not so sure that's a great deal, to be totally honest. What's so special about this piece of land that you would be willing to lease it for 99 years?
Because it was only like $2,000, $3,000, something like that, right? And so,
are you saying that? Oh no, are you saying that pays for the whole 99 years? That doesn't sound right.
I don't know. I was young when we bought it, so you know.
Sounds like you got a timeshare. Well, definitely, like I said, I mean, if it's valuable enough to you, I mean, that's an option for you. But definitely, I don't know. I think there could have been a better use of your time. I'm sure it's a picturesque place or whatever. If you only paid $2,000 for 99 years, I don't think so. $2,000 a month, ooh, that's a lot. $2,000 a year, I don't know. It would just have to be it had to be very, very nice for somebody like me to go with that. But
okay,
it's up to you.
It's land. But one more question before you let me go. You're talking about Oklahoma building the largest building in the world.
Not the world, not the world, but it's probably going to be the largest in North America.
But do you think that's a black swan event? Because didn't they blow up like the federal building or something over there?
I mean, the federal building, the Murrah building in Oklahoma City was blown up, but I mean, that was 20-something years ago. So, no, I mean, what they're showing you is that the idea of that the investment in whiteness is moving from the traditional megalopolises, New York, LA, Atlanta, and they're showing you that they're now branching out into places that you wouldn't suspect. So when you're talking about doing something like this in Oklahoma, that makes no sense other than ethnically. That makes no sense unless you're making an ethnic play. And when you take a look at it, take a look at the Supreme Court in Oklahoma, very clearly they got the memo. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Caller Mary Code 317. You're on live with the Black Channel. What do I smell there? What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing tonight? Mr. Black? It ain't me. This is Gary from Indiana.
All right, Gary from Indiana. I thought I smelled mayo for half a second there. I'm like, wait a minute. I think I smell mayo, meth, and failure. So I was thinking for a moment I smelled that.
No, this is Indianapolis. They into wife swapping and the mother love.
I thought I smelled mayo, meth, and molestation. So I wasn't sure at first, and I'm just like, oh, good. The rest of the area code looked familiar, but the exchange was. I'm like, oh wait a minute, it don't look quite right. Did he go and grab his other flip phone? Is he calling me from the other flip phone?
No. He's from a spot in Indianapolis that's all white. That's called Ravenswood. And he's touching a family member, I'm pretty sure. But my question is, earlier tonight, y'all kind of did make a point that if they did rule on this, it would have probably started a chain reaction with law. So my question is there any other, I mean, I know we got other places that were sabotaged, like Black Wall Street, but are there anybody in these areas, like Seneca Village, or Wilmington, or, that's left? I mean, can people even
here's the issue
from Hurricane Katrina do something?
Well, here's the issue here, because we cannot allow that to be the case. What you need to have is legal standing when you file a lawsuit. So the real thing, it cannot just be confined to, people from there, because if they're descendants of left, our argument is not, it doesn't matter where they went. Just like Jewish people, they have legal standing no matter where they may geographically be today. They have legal standing no matter where they are geographically today. They have legal standing there. Look, folks, do you realize that they're trying to pass proactive laws? Take a look at Florida. They already know they're liable. They are conceding that they're liable. They're proactively passing laws in Florida to even to make it illegal to give reparations at the local level. What does that tell you? Of all the things they need to be focusing on, what does that tell you? They already know it's coming and everybody's just desperately trying to stall for time. When in reality, if you really wanted to deal with this, you would be proactive and you would start negotiating now on it. Let me give y'all an example. If they really wanted to deal with this, what they would, okay, big picture thinking here. When Walt Disney, now I think a bunch of y'all are going to figure out where I'm going with this. Now, isn't it amazing when Walt Disney came to Florida, they were willing to give one white man basically a whole county to himself. The Reedy Creek Improvement District. So they were ostensibly willing to give a whole damn county, I know it's really like a city, but a whole geographic area to one man so that he could create EPCOT, which is an acronym, the Experimental Prototype City of Tomorrow. Disney World was supposed to be a city, not an amusement park. The Florida legislature agreed to give them ownership of all that, or should I say authority of it, because it was supposed to be a city. It was supposed to be a municipality. And what they really did was give a movie studio its own city. That's what they did. They never did finish out the city part of it. Nobody lives in Disney World except they got some trailers at the end of this cul-de-sac in Disney World. They got some trailers out there that can only be utilized by certain employees, and they claim that those are the citizens of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, and that's why they're still protected by the ordinance that was created for EPCOT, because there's some trailers at the end of a cul-de-sac. Y'all can look this up. This was the subject of that lawsuit between Governor DeSantis and Disney. They wanted to make an issue of it, and then they dropped it because that's what white folk do with each other. They slug it out for a minute, and then they shake hands. But, yeah. And people who work at Disney World, they know you can't go up that street. People who work at Disney World know you're not allowed to go up that street either. They have guards. So it's not a street like you have at your house. It's a whole damn thing off to itself, and you can't go there. They have guards that will prevent you from going up that street. And nobody actually, quote, lives there. It's just a technicality. They got some mobile home trailers at the end of that street, and they claim that those are the residents of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, an entire city that was given to one white man. A whole city. Now, they didn't have a problem doing that. That wasn't going to be the end of the world. That wasn't going to destroy the nation. That wasn't unfair. It's definitely self-dealing. It's definitely what they call a civic capture. You have a company that's basically taking control of a government, civic capture. And yet, that's never been a problem. Oh yeah, one more thing. The Reedy Creek Improvement District isn't the only one. What? For those of you who did not know, Walt Disney World is the biggest one of these special districts that gets all the ink and all the attention. But the truth of the matter is, Walt Disney World Reedy Creek Improvement District is one among several in the state of Florida. Now, that's something that most of you didn't know. Even those of you who know about Reedy Creek, most of you didn't know that it's just one. They have several that are given that special dispensation. You wouldn't have had those developers come in without it. So they've had no problem with some white men coming into town, and they carve out a whole area and say, here you are. Now, let me go ahead and get gully with it. Long Island City in New York. Damn! Oh, I got to remind you all about Long Island City in New York. You'll all remember they told you that after Hudson Yards, there were no large tracts of land that they could make available to build on anymore. So that was going to be the end of that. Then Jeff Bezos and Amazon announced that they wanted to build a second headquarters, and they were looking for a city to build it in. And next thing you know, everybody and their mama at the city level starts opening up their damn wallets, and no less than New York City and Governor Cuomo, they get together and say, hey, Amazon, hey, you can build that thing here. We have a tract of land in Queens called Long Island City. A bunch of acres. Well, what do you know? New York City found a whole bunch of acres and pulled it out their rumps. While they would tell you and me there ain't no land, nothing available, Jeff Bezos showed up and they pulled dozens of acres. Now, ain't that something? And I can go down the list, place for place, city for city. Out there outside of Tennessee, everybody knows that black city out there that they're for building that electric plant, although they might not get it done now because they're having the financial crunch. But by the way, yeah, dozens and dozens of acres.
What about those Golden Islands? Georgia.
Oh, well, look. We can go all day naming places. It's really about who has them and if what the state is willing to do with them. Because they'll sit up here and tell you and me, oh, we can't just give y'all this. And these big white corporations show up and then they give them stuff. Please remember, people, for those of you who don't think about this stuff here, when automotive plants come booming into town in Alabama, in Carolinas, in Louisiana, when they come booming into town, the state gives them dozens and dozens of acres to build their automotive plants. In Alabama, that's why you got that Buc-ee's out there in Leeds, because it's right up the freeway from the Mercedes plant in Alabama. Well, the state facilitated all that. Mercedes didn't have to pay for nothing except to build their plant. Same thing for General Motors when they came here to Shreveport, Louisiana. They didn't have to pay for nothing. They didn't have to pay taxes. People, the employees at the General Motors plant in Shreveport, the employees paid taxes. General Motors didn't. General Motors had a 25-year tax-free lease on the land. Now, how the hell do you have a tax-free lease? How the hell does that work? And when the 25 years expired, because I was here waiting for it to expire, because I was doing the Birdman hand rub, waiting to see about us dropping the hammer on them, about them finally having to pay property taxes, and then they did something I didn't even know you could do. They renewed the 25-year tax-free lease. I didn't even know you could do that. Ain't white supremacy something? Boy, they show you all kinds of things. These people can do whatever they want to do. If they want to do it, they do it. If they're not doing it, it isn't because they don't have the power. It's because they don't want to do that. So you see, if you could give Walt Disney his city in Florida, you could do that for black folk in Florida. You could set up the Freedmen's District in Florida. Matter of fact, make it beachfront. And you set that up and you just say, okay, this is reparations for black folk here. If you were in Florida, Rosewood, this, that, and the other, put your name on this list. We make sure we validate you. This is what you're supposed to have, and then set you up over here. We're going to get the banks together. We're going to get the developers together. We're going to get venture capital together. We're going to set y'all up. And then we've paid our reparations debt. Now that would work. Problem, that's too much like empowering us, and most of the white folk there would revolt at even the idea that you're finally solidifying us. In Florida, for example, my folks in Florida, and I'm saying that because if you go up north around the Panhandle, Lake Cities, my folks in Florida know about the Lake Cities area. That's a bunch of damn wilderness up there when you keep going up, what is that other one? What is that damn thing? Hold on a second. I gotta go look it up. I don't even know which that freeway is. That freeway there, 75. 75. The Turnpike. That's a big ass wilderness up there. Now they gave Walt Disney Swampland to turn into Disney World. You have several places like that in Florida. Why is it and they're not occupied? People, great big huge stretches of nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Great big huge, my folks who ever been, my truckers who've been through there, my folks who live in the Panhandle, my folks who live in Tallahassee, my folks who live up there in Pensacola, y'all know full damn well it's great big huge areas of nothing. Disney just got one wasteland. There's great big huge areas of nothing out there where you ain't bothering nobody. And yet, now if you wanted to fix this, you just be like, okay, we gonna get this stretch of land up here. It's gonna go on for 50 miles. And this gonna be where y'all gonna be at. You talk about the Seminoles. Y'all talk about them. Okay, well, get your Seminole on. This is going to be y'all stretch of land right here. This is going to be yours. You got your name on the list. This is going to be yours. This is going to be parceled out. This is going to be y'all's. Right here. You got places like that in Florida, Alabama, Louisiana. That would be a hell of a lot cheaper and a hell of a lot easier. And here's the thing. You already did this with the Native Americans. What? You already did this with them. You'd be a hell of a lot better off right now negotiating this now so you can control the landing. You'd know where, at the very least, you'd know where we were. And you set that up so black folk gravitate there or whatever. It's like, okay, fine. Here's the problem. You're like, yeah, but if we do that, ain't they gonna want more? I mean, if they get solidified, aren't they gonna want more? You saw what they did to us in the NBA and the NFL. We don't really want to get that started off, do we? Economically, do we want to get that kicked off? Oh, hell no. So you see, the reason it's not an option is because keeping you under control is the priority. And they can't do that if you're off and isolated and autonomous. Because they need to know what you're doing over there. Because you can make your own laws and your own rules. And if they're not around, you can enforce your own rules. And you cannot afford to allow that to happen. But that would actually be in their best interest if they just gave a 50 mile, 75 mile, 100 mile stretch of land and said, okay, this is yours. Here you go. Okay, let's get them set up. Bring in some bankers and developers, and then we're done. We're wiping our hands of it. We through. We don't want to hear about nothing else. Here's the land. Here's the money to get y'all set up. We won't hear nothing else. We done with it. Well, that would actually work. That would, imagine being able to get all that off your back for a 100-mile stretch of land. You have no problem doing that for automotive plants. You're doing that for Elon Musk. You're doing that for Intel building their semiconductor plants. You're doing that for these new technologies. You want to build the tallest damn building in the world and in America, in Oklahoma City. You have no problem doing this for these white folk. Amazon come booming into town, unlimited amounts of land. We show up and all of a sudden you sit up here and start talking to us crazy and stupid. By the way, you'd have been a whole lot better off if you settled this with us early. You would have been a whole lot better off, and then see how it goes. And then just see how it goes from there and leave it alone. At the very least, you would have been able to make your argument that, hey, we took care of the reparations thing. We did that. We did that. That's been settled. We took care of it. Instead, all you're doing now is stalling for time. And it's like, you realize every year you stall for time, you make it more impossible for you to manage this. And what will happen is when we get behind the wheel, we're going to make this as onerous and as punishing as possible. So you'd be better off doing this now while you still have a say than trying to do stupid things like stall for time. And then when we get done, we're going to make all the rules. And we will have no regard for what your sensibilities are. You'd have been better off if you had just done it now. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, my last word is, how can we do anything as far as getting these people removed from the bench, if we can do something about that?
And
because
that
they need to go.
And that is the reason why we're doing what we're doing right now. Please remember, the whole conversation here a decade ago, folks said, y'all just a bunch of crazy niggas. Ain't nobody gonna give y'all reparations. Now they're sitting around saying, why y'all talking about reparations? You gonna mess up Biden getting to the White House. It is because I understand what you all want. And what I'm telling you is that this is not a flash war. This is not a blitzkrieg. This is a war of attrition. We are fighting for hearts and minds. We are fighting to get folk on code. We're fighting to get people to see this is what the priority is. We are still an elite group, but we're not the majority in that. The conversation we're having right now, I know it seems to you. I know it seems as if it's like, well, what in the world does that do? But then when I show you about the LGBT, Jewish society, Asian society, they get everybody on code first. They understand how important that is. As a group of people, we've had so much meddling involved. So when we talk about Tulsa, it's about getting folks to go beyond just seeing it as an historical anecdote and seeing it as a real ongoing effort. I don't want them folk removed. Slow down, brother. I don't want them removed from the bench right now. I want them right where they are. Please remember, folks, and this will be disturbing, I understand this. The brutality of the white supremacists in the 50s and the 60s is what allowed us to get through civil rights and topple them. If you had been able to remove Lincoln Rockwell and Bull Connor and George Wallace and the rest of their ilk like that back in the 50s and 60s, do you realize we never would have made the progress we did? It was essential that people can see the devil every time they show up. He's got to be there. Otherwise, people don't think he exists. That's why it's essential. They got to be there. I'm not saying that they need to be in power, but they need to be visible. So in this case, in Oklahoma City, I want that Supreme Court right there. So we can point to people and say, there's the devil right there. There he is. There she is. They're right there. If we did get rid of them, they would swear, see, we fixed it. Do you see the problem now?
Yep.
If we did that, they will swear up and down, see, we got rid of them. Why, as a matter of fact, we put some black folk on the Supreme Court in Oklahoma City. Everything's fine now. What's that black person's name? Ketanji Green Jackson. Ketanji Green? Is she related to Ketanji Brown? How'd you know? So I want y'all to understand, I'm not guessing my way through this. Yes, certain folks do want to be removed where it comes to Supreme Courts. However, they tend to serve for life. Even if these are not for life and elected, although they tend to be, but even if they're not, even if they are elected, I don't want them gone. I want them sitting right there. I want this stench to be right there. I want us to be able to point to them and say, there's the devil right there, because that's powerful. Please remember, these guys, the filing of the lawsuit there is not for the purposes of cracking Oklahoma. It's for setting historical precedent that it gets used everywhere and everybody knows it. That's why they're trying to so hard, why they're being so blatant with it. And them being so blatant, take a look at the comment section I showed y'all there earlier. I showed that to y'all to show you, by the way, people get it. People get it. People understood what they were looking at. When you went to that comment section, even white folk were seeing, oh, so it's about race. Oh, it has nothing to do with politics. Did no one mention party? Oh, it's about race. Folks are getting it. They're understanding. I don't want to bruise his ankle. I want to decapitate him. So please understand, we are making progress. I know what they did in those courts doesn't seem like it. That's progress because you got them to speak on it. Just like in the 60s, Bloody Sunday was important because it showed the world how far these folk are willing to go. And even though they were okay doing it, the people who turned on their televisions were not okay with what they saw. And even though the Supreme Court in Oklahoma might be okay with doing this to a group of little old ladies, ultimately, they're not going to be able to get enough support from the society to back them. In the chat room, correct, it's that drip, drip, drip. And you're not going to be able to plug the holes. That's when you start winning across the board. I want y'all to know what that looks like. Getting them to do something so unreasonable and for them to be so brazen about it. Because white supremacy is supposed to be on the down low. It's supposed to be on the unders. You ain't supposed to be able to see it. If they're doing it this blatantly, we're winning. And we want them to keep being blatant. Why, brother? Because they look so damn unreasonable. Nobody thinks what the Supreme Court in Oklahoma just did was reasonable. No one. No one. Even the white folk in the comment section, they can't defend this. That's where you want to be. You want to be right there. Think of it like the movies. It's easy. It's very, very easy to get, or professional wrestling. It's very, very easy to get people to cheer for a baby face when it's very clear who the heel is. It's so much easier. Did you even know who the Oklahoma Supreme Court was before tonight?
Yeah, you do now. They're worldwide.
Right. And here's the thing. Do you think that's what they were looking for?
Nope. They wanted to crawl back under the rock they came from. They crawled from under. And they didn't want to be exposed like this.
Nor any of the others, because they wanted to look and see. They wanted, we'll see if anybody noticed that. We noticed. Oh, y'all did? Yes, we did.
Come on, the lady on the far left end looks like she gets down with a Shetland pony.
Well,
I'm sure she didn't want that to get out. Well, it's out now.
Well, definitely, like I say, the real thing about it is keeping your eye on that. We're talking about that. We're speaking on that. You're spreading the word on that. You're having the national conversation that this is unreasonable. And then that's what shakes things up. We're used to seeing other people do that. We're not used to the idea that that's how influential we can be. Yes, that's how influential it is. I know it seems nominal. And no, it's not the only thing we're going to do. We're going to do other things as well. But the most important thing we can do right now is what they do not want, which is a spotlight on this. People are talking about this. This is the subject of conversation. And when it's time to vote for whoever it is, this is the thing that you're going to be voting for. This is the subject you talk about. Don't tell me anything about voting for Biden. He abandoned Tulsa, Oklahoma. Kristen Clark abandoned Tulsa and Emmett Till. How dare you tell me to vote for them? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 214. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Elijah. Can you hear me?
Okay, Elijah, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Oklahoma City.
Okay, sir, what's on your mind?
I was born and raised in Tulsa. And I grew up in the same building with the Gap Band and John Starks. They're from there. And I'm a Seminole freedman. So I directly relate to what you're talking about. What happened was blacks escaped slavery in Tulsa and built the Greenwood District. And they built it up so rich that rich white men would come borrow money out of black men's pockets. And the Oklahoma Senate was full of KKK. All this is documented in the book Death of a Promised Land by Scott Ellsworth. And the state lawmakers said that these blacks were so rich that Greenwood had to be burned down. They called it Little Africa. And a brother by the name of Dick Rowland was accused of raping a white woman. They used that. And black men, well, the Tulsa World newspaper came out with the headlines saying to lynch a nigger tonight. And the lynch mob showed up, and the black men grabbed their shotguns and met the lynch mob, and it jumped off. And the police department loaned their machine gun to the Ku Klux Klan, and Tulsa became the first city in America where they dropped dynamite on their people. And this is why Charlie Wilson and the Gap Band have a song, "You Dropped a Bomb on Me." And so it jumped off, and the mob went from house to house, burning the houses of black people. And black men would run out of the burning houses, and they would shoot that black man and throw his body back into the burning house. There's a theater in Tulsa called the Brady Theater, where they had a furnace where they burned black bodies, and bodies were thrown into the Arkansas River. Now, violations occurred at the state level, the city level, and the federal level, because the feds' part in it was the National Guard was coming from Muskogee, and they were stopped. And so all levels of government are guilty. And this is why Tulsa and Oklahoma is called Tornado Alley. God sends tornadoes and several times to destroy white side. The tornadoes always hit the white side and never the black side. And the proper charge in court is genocide, crimes against humanity. Now, there was a lawyer preparing to sue Tulsa and Oklahoma and the federal government, and he got assassinated. You might have heard of this lawyer. His name was Johnny Cochran. And this is why, some people say this is why he died under mysterious circumstances.
Well, that is why it is all the more important that we understand this is not a singular event. We will not allow it to be a singular event, that this is a campaign. This is a campaign. This is a blood debt. This is a holy mission. We're not going to let it go. Yes, not sir. Now, not ever. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. I wanted him to go ahead and I knew what he was going to say there. I want him to go ahead and give you all a recap on that so that you can hear exactly what it was that occurred. Very glad he did that. To give us a brief recap of exactly how we ended up here, and that story is all the more familiar. That story is all the more familiar. That's the reason why. Yeah, it sounds like Rosewood. It sounds like Wilmington. It sounds like Emmett Till. You've heard that story over and over again. It's systemic because that's what it is. I want you all to be encouraged. I want you to be emboldened. I want you to understand what we're up against. I want you to see it for what it is. I do not want you to back down. I do not want you to be scared. I want you to take a look at those villains and those demons, and I want you to see them for who and what they are, and I want you to be glad that they are wearing their colors openly, and they're finally being forced to display their banners in public, and they would put their backs to the wall, and now they just got to come out and show themselves for what they are. This is good. Now everybody can see who the good guys are, and everyone can see who the bad guys are, and there is no confusion. Once again, we are the only moral upstanding, defensible people with a legitimate grievance. Everyone can see it now that we are the only morally righteous people in this situation, and now they see we have a legitimate grievance. And all they've done is substantiate that that grievance is still valid to this very day. The Oklahoma Supreme Court has done us a tremendous justice. If they had just gone ahead and rolled with it, that would have been good. But by fighting it, they now put a spotlight that rallies all the rest of us. And that's our job, is to continue doing that. Make everybody stand up and show their real colors so everyone everywhere can see exactly why we're doing this. We're going to take one last caller here. Let me get caller from area code 202. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, brother Jason. This is Danny from Washington, D.C.
All right, Danny from D.C., what's on your mind?
Hey, brother. I just wanted to say that I sympathize and empathize with all the struggles that my brothers and sisters, SBA, have gone through. But I just wanted to say that the fight must continue, and I think just staying on code, it's the first step, and also expanding to the rioters, because I believe there's a strength in numbers, and the white supremacy will never stop, and I think the more we stay on code, I think the better we'll try, to help out and find a solution.
Well, definitely, brother. You can certainly help us out there. You click that crowdfunding link here, put some hustle behind that muscle. That'd be the best thing for you to do right now. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And by the way, folks, lip service is not service. If you want to do something concrete and tangible, that's the place to start. If you want to do something concrete and tangible, that's the place to start. We have done a job here of rallying people. We've gotten folks on code. We are going to continue to do that. This is what you get to do here. I am not discouraged, folks. I started off the program by saying that this is good. I'm ending the program tonight by saying this is good. That the bad guys have shown us that they are the same devil that they have always been. Now you know you're doing the right thing. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go and check out our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., Race War, Gentrified, all available on DVD and streaming at blackchannelfilms.com. Before I leave tonight, I want to thank everyone who has contributed toward tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. My man Jean, Mr. Richburg, thank you very much for your support. To Mr. Patrick and everybody else here tonight, I appreciate that here. Folks, it's a race war. They're going after your women, children, elders. But we got our opportunity to fight back on this. They've sent us a message. I want you all to join me in sending one. I want us to make this the biggest crowdfunding that we've done ever here. We're over 40,000 here tonight. We got 24 days left. I want to outdo anything that we've done previously. And I want all of your names to be on that. Some folks said they're going to contribute here. When they get paid on that, I want to see all of your names next to this. We can blow this out. We can do this, especially this month. We're not even being asked to leave the slave fields. We're just being asked to do what you're already doing. If you are one, be one. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from all around the world, remember, black is the future, and the future is justice.